Very good evening and a warm welcome to the ongoing election coverage. And as you know, since the election started, or even before the election started, we posted our various NBC reporters to different parts of the country. And one of them was Charles Shatindi, who covered the Omaheke region and now joins us on the line to share his experience about the elections. Charles, very good evening and thank you so much for joining us.
Good evening once again, and it's a pleasure as usual.
Much obliged. Charles, let's perhaps start off with your overall experience. I don't know if this is your first election that you have covered, but if it's not, how would it compare to the others that you have done?
Yeah. No, thanks a lot. No, it's not the first one I've covered. I think this will be my fifth or even sixth election that I've covered. If I have to count all the regional council elections, local authorities and so on. But I think if I have to compare it on a professional level with the rest of the elections that I've covered before, I think it went as the others. It's only that this time around, what is happening now with the delay in the announcement of results, or not really the announcement, but the finalization of the actual counting process and collation process, is what is a little bit different to the others. But as far as the announcement of the results, I think in 2009 and probably 2014, if I'm speaking under correction on the 2014, the results also took a little bit longer, I think 3 to 4 days or close to a week before they were released. So I'm not quite surprised on the release of the results, but I'm just a little bit worried or surprised by the actual counting of votes that are taking long. And also the fact that this is the first time probably in an independent Namibia where voting exceeded 1 day.
We spoke to various colleagues that covered different constituencies and regions, and they raised some of the challenges. Some of them being that voters had to travel vast distances to get to the polling stations. What were some of the unique challenges that the voters faced in the Omaheke region?
All right, I think some of the challenges that the voters faced in the Omaheke region are not really also unique to the region. I think that's more or less what almost everyone faced around. It was mainly the shortages of ballot papers at some polling stations where people were queued up and waiting to vote only to be turned away. I must say in the constituencies that I covered, it was not really a large, it didn't happen a lot. It didn't occur a lot at most polling stations, albeit it did occur. I mean, we did come across polling stations where people had to turn away. That was, of course, before the announcements of the extensions in voting. That is one of them. And then, of course, the long queues, especially in urban centers where you find people having queued up there quite early, especially the elderly, making sure that they have a spot in the queue. So it was a little bit, in the urban areas, we had a little bit of longer queues. Patience that the day drag on. Inside the polling stations, again, the issues that became recurring was the technology, which was often failing. I didn't pick that a lot in my region, in my constituency where I covered, but now and then you could hear reports of someone saying they had to wait a little bit long for the tablet to cool down or stuff to that extent. But overall, in the rural areas, especially of the Omaheke region, it was quite a very calm transition into voting. There were even some polling stations where there were actually nobody, especially at the polling station where my colleague Nathan and I actually voted in Dipine Pukiro in Okatuo. There was actually literally nobody when we turned up there and we took the chance to vote. So I must say the problems in Omaheke were more or less limited to that, but also we did get reports of people that couldn't vote at all. And they were taken back by the fact, and they actually wanted to find out why is it that they couldn't get an extension as the rest of the country did.
Yeah. This year, Namibia was one of the 72 countries that went to the polls together with other countries, UN member states. And one unique thing about this polls this year is that many of them are first-time voters, and that obviously speaks, predominantly to the youth. How was the youth turnout in the Omaheke region, just by assessing the polling stations that you covered? And what was the conversation like with them? What was it? What were the issues that they want to see addressed?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, okay, no, thanks. Youth turnout was actually very high. I was actually quite pleasantly surprised to see a lot of young people actually coming.
Hello, Charles, can you hear me?
The elderly are, but they managed to queue up in those long queues and managed to cast their ballots. It was quite impressive. You could see that in almost every queue of almost every polling station you visited, there were a lot of young people queuing up that you could observe from the eye. And talking to them, I think some of the issues that made them vote is the current living conditions that most of them faces. Economic conditions, especially with unemployment being very high in some parts of the country. People do not have jobs. Some of them yearn for study opportunities that they cannot get into, maybe because of a lack of funds. Even with NASFAF there, some of them do not really get to access NASFAF. And all these challenges that they are facing as young people, some of them are budding entrepreneurs that want to get into business, but they cannot actually secure loans, and so on and so on and so on. So they, talking to them, these are some of the issues that they express to say, we want to make sure that we affect change. And not just change, but also influence the decisions that are made. And the only way they can influence decisions that are made is by having people in power that they would want, that would give them what they wanted. Picked up talking study opportunities and all these things. They wanted that. And also we are seeing a shift, I think, especially in the Maheke region, where young people now realize that being active on social media and taking part in social media debates alone is not enough. They needed to come forth and actually make their voices heard by marking that cross, by making sure that they exercise their democratic rights. So it was quite a pleasant sight to behold.
All right. Lastly, Charles, before we let you go, we had some very incredible stories from some of our colleagues that we touched base with. One of them was Juliet Nafuka, who was posted in the Kunene region, and she narrated an experience where they were waiting for ballots, ballots, and that had run out. And while they were waiting, one of the community members decided to slaughter a goat, and they cooked, and they had it together with members of the media, the ECN officials as well, and everyone else who was present. Just highlighting once again, the humanity that the humanism, the spirit of, Ubuntu as Namibia. What was your unique experience during your coverage in the Maheke region that made you go to bed and think, wow, this was really an incredible experience?
Yeah, I think we were not as lucky as July then to get a goat slaughtered. But what we could find was actually the treatment of the elderly. That really that they are actually given that special treatment, which they rightly deserve, because these are people that are over 70, not just over 60, but even over 70 or close to 80, that are queuing up. So there was always provisions made that, no, please come and sit closer to the shelter here, come and sit under the tree here. You don't need to queue up necessarily here. We know your place in the queue. You will come when the time is right. And I think also I must really give a credit to the Namibian police, especially in the Maheke region. I do not know, my colleagues might probably have had it otherwise, but in the Maheke region, wherever we went, the police officers that were stationed at the polling stations really were very helpful, were always willing to assist. Usually there is this love-hate relationship between us and the Namibian police sometimes when they are executing their duties and we're also executing our duties.
Yeah.
But this time around it was really a mutual understanding of saying, you grab that end and I grab this end and we move this thing together. So it was very welcoming to see, heartwarming actually, to see them welcoming us very easily and allowing us to take pictures and allowing us to do our jobs. I think where colleagues could not do this, I think we were privileged to have that. That is what I saw there. Now and then, having covered elections, you would see a lot of people coming up and actually doing business there. They would be selling their traditional bread, whatever it is. But I think out of that, Ubuntu spirit of democracy and whatever, this time around, it was not happening. People were in the queue. If there is someone that has a water that has been frozen in a container or something, it was shared freely amongst them. No one actually took chance of these opportunities to do things that might not really benefit the process at hand.
Yeah.
So that was also pleasant to see. But I wish I was in the Kunene where I could actually have slaughtered a goat and eat it.
I think we all wish we were in the Kunene region. But thank you so much, Charles, for that update. Thank you so much for keeping us abreast while you were in the Omaheke region with the rest of the team. Highly appreciated, and safe travels. Thank you so much.
No problem. It's been a pleasure indeed.
All right. Much obliged. That was Charles Shatindi, one of our reporters that covered the Omaheke region during the election process. Stay tuned. We'll be right back. Welcome back. Now behind me here we have the website that is elections.na. That's the official ECN website where the results as they're trickling in are being updated on the website. Now let's quickly just take a look at the numbers here. We'll first start off with the presidential ballot. And as you can see here, on top we have Natumbo Nandi Ndaitwah, who's on top there with 78,208 votes. 78,208 votes, I beg your pardon, which is 51.51%. And in second place, we have Itula Pandileni Philemon Mango, who is standing at 45,440 votes, which accounts for 29.93%. And in third place, LPM's Bernardes Swartboy managed to garner 11,375 votes so far, which is now at 7.49%. And on the fourth position, we have Venani McHenry, who was able to garner 7,000 votes so far, accounting for 4.61%. Now, if you look at the map here, next to the candidates, you'll see that there are different colors. The green we have for Netumbo Nandi Ndaitwah, and if you see green on the map, that means that is where Netumbo Nandi Ndaitwah has secured victory. And if you go to the Irongo region here, we'll see the color beige, I've been told, or khaki. There was a bit of an argument as to what the color was with my colleagues, but we'll go for beige this time, which is representing Itula Panduleni, which is this side of the Irongo region. That shows that is where he is dominating. And of course, also down here, we have orange, which represent Swartboy Bernardes. Now, let's take a look at the declared votes. Just hold on. Okay, the national declared. Now, the 18.03% that you see means that this shows the current counting progress for national. Basically, what's happening now is that, out of the 121 constituencies that we have in the country, only 22 of them have been accounted for in as far as the presidential vote is concerned. So this is not the final, but I think we can get a picture of how things will be progressing going on. There may be some surprises, there may be no surprises, but we'll see as time goes on. And as far as national turnout is concerned, we stand at 65.46%. Let's quickly take a look at the National Assembly ballot. And I'd like us to start with the votes that have been declared, which is at 19.67%, and the national turnout stands at 80.81% so far. And out of the 121 constituencies, 24 of them have been accounted for. So there's still a lot more to look forward to. Now let's take a look at where the parties are lying. In the first position, we have the SWAPO party, which has garnered 82,825 votes, I beg your pardon, which is 54.31%. In second place, we have IPC, which is at 27,007. and that is representing 17.71%. In third place, LPM with 10,999 votes, which is 7.21%. And in fourth place, we have, once again, we're focusing on the top four. We have PDM accounting for 7,881 votes, which is which is basically 5.17%. Now, as you know, like I said earlier on, this is just the votes that are still coming in. We will be updated by the ECN as soon as they are ready to give us another briefing. So far, as far as the National Assembly elections are concerned, only 24 of the 121 constituencies have been accounted for. Do stay tuned for all the latest updates in terms of all the numbers that are coming in. All right, joining us all the way from Ludritz is our reporter Lukman Klute. Very good evening to you, Lukman. Thank you so much for joining us.
Good afternoon, colleague.
I don't know if you're in a different time zone, but it's after 6, Lukman. But nonetheless, thank you so much for joining us.
Yes, thank you.
All right. Lukman, please do share with us, your overall experience. We know that the counting is now, in progress. But talk to us about your overall experience, throughout the whole electoral process.
Yeah, I was based, as you rightly said, in Namibia, the seat of Namibia, which is Ludritz, and the voting started on time, that is 7 o'clock. The queues were long. People were eager to go and cast their right, their vote, and there were no violence. It was orderly. They patiently waited in the long queues to get their turn to exercise the democratic right. When the closing time approaches, we again visited the polling stations there, 11 of them, and there were no long queues, but the issue of the ballot paper shortages also was an issue there, but they managed to refer those who could not cast their votes because of the lack of ballots to other polling stations where those ballots were available.
Lukman, how would you perhaps assess the whole process in as far as ECN's operations were concerned? Not sure if this was your first election that you have covered, but if it's not, how would it compare to the previous ones that you have experienced?
Yeah, no, this is my third election I'm covering now, or fourth election I'm covering. So this one is somehow, it had too many issues. Previously, the elections were run very smoothly. There were no hiccups, especially from ECN side with regard to ballot papers, those other things. But that's one could sense that there are a lot of issues like the shortage of planning. One could say planning, but I don't know. But what they said is all stations in Ludritz were issued with 7 books. So I don't know whether they have looked at the previous voter registration totals and plan accordingly, but only ECN could tell that why they have decided to just issue certain books to certain polling stations.
Lukman, what are some of the positive highlights during your coverage?
Yeah, the positive highlight is the process was peaceful. And during the course, I had to speak to some of the party agents. They were very happy with the processes. It was transparent and it was free and fair. So the party agents confirmed and say that no, the elections were very transparent in that constituency where I was based.
All right. Last but not least, Lukman, we know that, different people go vote for different reasons. We know that in that part of the country, there's a lot going on in as far as the energy industry is concerned. We have the green hydrogen projects going down there. We have the oil and gas discovery that is, that's poised to, to bring a lot of development to that part of the country. But speaking to the locals there, what do they want to see in terms of, them casting they've now casted their vote, but what difference do they want to see in terms of all these budding opportunities that are coming up?
Yes. The first thing which stands out is the issue of unemployment. I was speaking in Oranjemund constituency also to the eligible voters in the rural areas also. The issue that really stands out is unemployment. By any incoming government. That was the call from the electorate, and then development. Development, socio-economic development must be speed up, which obviously comes with job creation.
All right, Lukman, thank you so much for your time, and also thank you so much for keeping us abreast while you were in the this constituency. Thank you so much.
Pleasure, colleague. Bye.
I appreciate it. That was our reporter there, Lukman, in the Aras region, and he covered the area of Ludwigsen as far as the elections were concerned. We now move on to the Oshikoto region, where Hidipo is on standby. Very good evening, Hidipo. Thank you so much for joining us. All right, we are experiencing a slight glitch. We'll be right back after the statement. Welcome back. Now we continue to touch base with various reporters, and this time around we are joined by Hidipo Angola, joining us all the way from the Oshikoto region to share his experience during these elections. Very good evening to you, Angola, and thank you so much for joining us.
Yes, good evening.
Hidipo, perhaps just tell us, give us a general impression about your experience in terms of how these elections went and how they compare with elections that you have covered before.
I think the election started on a good note last Wednesday, and of course everything was moving smoothly until in the afternoon when we had a few problems with the absence of ballot papers and so on, and gadgets that are overheating. But it wasn't that bad because it wasn't everywhere. It happened in specific areas. I think on just after 9 on Wednesday, that's where we learned that there were hundreds of, if not thousands of voters that didn't vote. Mm-hmm. And the ECN had to, extend the vote on Friday and Saturday. Yeah. And I mean, something that I've said that it's really a good thing that ECN had to swallow their pride and accept there was a wrongdoing or a miscalculation, and they had to extend the voting at certain places. In the areas where I am, there's a few places. It's only one constituency, I think, that is, I'm not sure, so it's the whole polling stations, Okachali in the Oshana region, that had so many. But on Friday, it was also, there were people who were busy voting. The lines have subsided, and yesterday there were very little activity. And I think it showed that most of the people voted, and it was just a question of them be open until 9 o'clock. So if I compare this to a few years, I think this year's elections were dominated by young people who voted for their candidates. And in comparison to the other years as well, it's that the needs for the ECN, they cannot do the same things every year, and they need to, step up and make sure that certain small problems do not occur, especially during the very important elections.
Absolutely. Hidipo, you briefly touched on the youth turnout, and I think, generally we have received positive responses in terms of young people turning up to go cast their vote. I'm sure you had a conversation with some of these young people and the reasons why they decided to go out there and cast their vote. What is the conversation like amongst young people? I know unemployment is definitely on top of the list in terms of the changes that they want to see, but what other challenges do they want to see addressed in their region?
I think it's just naturally that the young people are coming. If you have seen the results of the census, the population census this year and last year, the youth are the majority in Namibia now. They are, and then followed by women. Women are the lowest. We have the lowest number of men in Namibia, and then the second highest number are women. They are twice as men, and then you have the youth. They are almost 3 times than men and women. So it's natural that the youth came out, and as you know, if you compare it to the past, everything depends on politics. And when everything depends on politics, the youth now, they can see we have about 300,000 young people who have graduated from tertiary education, and they don't have work. And they think that it's their best bet to get involved in politics and make sure that they are taken care of. So we have structural problems in politics, especially when it comes to youth. And I think it's natural just for them to come out and get involved in politics. And there has been a message not only from the government, from the ECN, but from everyone else, even political parties, encouraging the youth to take part in the elections, and that has bear fruit, I think.
Yeah. Lastly, Dipo, the election results, I beg your pardon, are starting to come in slowly. Did you have an opportunity to talk to some of the people as the results are coming in? Are they somehow surprised, or just talk to us about the general atmosphere in terms of the conversation around the results that have been released so far?
It's probably the talk everywhere in social places, bars and all the other places where people gather for entertainment. But I would think that everybody expects their party to win. I wouldn't really want to mention one or the other party as far as their performance is concerned. I think this is more like a game of football that we are watching, and we're just waiting for those who are going to score. So I would think that today and yesterday, after the voting, I've seen already people donning their political party T-shirts, but that was an exception. So people are really, waiting to see who's going to be the winner. So the anticipation is real, and there has been little movement even today on the roads in places as people prefer to stay home and probably wait for the outcome of the election.
Absolutely. Hidipo, thank you so much for your time, and thank you once again also for keeping us abreast during that period. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Much obliged. Hidipo Nangolo, our reporter who was stationed in the Oshikoto region during the election. After the break, we'll be speaking to Juliet Sibeso. Welcome back. We're now joined on the line by NBC reporter Juliet Sibeso, who covered the area of Rundu during the elections. Very good evening to you, Juliet, and thank you so much for joining us. Hello, Juliet, can you hear me? We are experiencing another technical glitch, but our tech guys are working on it. In the meantime, enjoy the sights and sounds. Welcome back. We finally got Juliet Sibeso on the line, and she covered the Rundu and surrounding areas during the election. Very good evening to you, Juliet, and thank you so much for joining us.
Good evening, Jonas. Good evening, viewers.
Thank you so much. Juliet, let's start off with the overall impression of the elections in as far as, the coverage that you gave us. Just get into it.
Of course, it was quite a slow but very progressive day. The beginning, that is the 27th. The first hour saw a very small number of people lining up, but eventually grew really fast. And we saw the interest from young people, of course, who are voting, especially for the first time, were queuing up to cast their. It's very progressive in the sense that
Well, I apologize for that. We lost Juliet. We'll try to get in touch with her or some other reporters as well in the meantime. Stay tuned. Still trying to get a hold of Juliet Sibeso, but in the meantime, we will be speaking to Evelyn Paulus, who's joining us all the way from Oshikoto in the Oshikoto region. Very good evening to you, Evelyn. Thank you so much for making time to join us.
Yes, good evening.
Evelyn, let's start off with you just giving us, your general, impression in as far as your coverage of the election is concerned. I think this is your second election that you're covering, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yes.
All right. What are the comparisons that you can draw between the two?
All right. The first election that I covered, I was based in Rundu. And I must say, there was not a lot of traveling to do when I was that side. But now that I'm in Oshikoto region, I had polling stations that are in different towns and far away from each other. I covered Oshikoto itself, of course, and then I proceeded to Ocho, and then Okakarara, and also covered some nearby villages. So I think the difference is just mostly to say when I'm this tight, I had to cover like a bigger area compared to when I was in Windhoek.
How would you assess, overall assess the performance of the ECN, looking at the different polls that you covered?
With ECN, I was glad that the returning officers, they were more willing to talk to us. I must say, at most of the polling stations that I visited, if not all, they were just ready to give us the information, except for that specific one at the T-junction of Okakarara, where we were allowed to film, but the returning officer was not really willing to give us information. Regardless, we still managed to get a story from there. So I think it was good that, I think it was communicated to them that they should give us the media information, and they did just that.
The youth was expected to turn up, as they say, during these elections, and we had some very positive feedback from our colleagues that covered other parts of the country. What was your experience in terms of the youth voter turnout?
In Oshikoto itself, at some polling stations, we could see a lot of young people. That was just in the morning hours. But by afternoon, when we went to Ocho and then Okakarara, you will see some elderly people queuing up, and most of the voting stations, they were empty. I think if I can compare to whether we had more young people or the elders, I would say that we had more elders voting, especially in Ocho and Okakarara in the afternoon.
Did you manage to speak to young people in terms of why they perhaps did not have an interest in showing up at the polls?
In fact, the young people that I spoke to were the ones that were at the polls, and not the ones that did not show up. So the ones that were in the queues, they were excited to cast their vote, to vote for their political party of their choice. I didn't get a chance to speak to those ones that did not go to the polling stations.
And what was the conversation like? What were some of the things that they were saying in terms of the issues that they would like to see addressed by the incoming leaders?
The pressing issue for most of the young people is unemployment. And then when we went to Ocho, young people there are more worried about crime in their areas. So that's just another thing that they want addressed. And also still in Ocho, they're also worried about the water situation there. Is sometimes they can go for 2-3 days without water. So they're just hoping that with the new leaders or the results, they'll be getting all those things that they need, especially employment and self in their areas taken care of, and also water, especially in Ocho, that goes off for 2-3 days.
Lastly, Evelyn, now when you cover elections, obviously you come across other stories as well. You have various experiences. We've had Juliet talk to us about them having a goat slaughtered while they were waiting for the ballot papers to arrive, which left a very long, which I believe will leave a long-lasting impression on her. But what are some of your unique experiences, and the one that really stands out for you that will still stay with you for years to come?
During the election?
Yes.
All right. I think the one thing that stood out for me, and maybe just advice on that one, was the fact that they were using voters' verifying devices. That at some villages, those devices went off because they were not charged fully, or the batteries ran low, and there was no electricity at those villages. And I think that caused kind of delay for voters to cast their votes. So maybe I think for them to do better next time, they should just plan properly to know that the VVDs last for how many hours after they are charged, so that they don't go out to villages and experience the same thing of the devices running low of battery.
All right, Evelyn, thank you so much for your time, and thank you also for keeping the nation updated in that part, with everything that happened in that part of the country and as far as the elections are concerned. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you.
All right, this is Evelyn Paulus speaking to us from Oshikoto in the Oshikoto region. Next up, we'll be moving to the Kunene region, where Juliet Nafuka will be touching base with us. Stay tuned. Welcome back. Joining us now on the line is Juliet Nafuka, all the way from Opuwo in the Kunene region. Very good evening to you, Juliet. Thank you so much for making time to join us.
Good evening, Janet, and good evening to the rest of Namibia.
Thank you so much, Juliet. I think a good start would be just to, to build up on the previous experiences that you had, but also just give us an overall picture of how things went and how things are going now as the counting of the results are ongoing.
Let's start with the counting of results. It's still currently ongoing. As we all know, the Kunene region had two constituencies, which was a Puka constituency and Opuwo rural constituencies that had an extension in terms of voting. However, they are confident that they will be done by the end of today. The overall picture of things right now, people are just waiting for the results. They are sitting at chilling spots and watching TV, keeping up to date with the announcement of results as they keep coming in. Yeah, basically that's all that's happening right now.
Yeah, Juliet, do you perhaps have an opportunity to speak to some of the locals about the results that are currently trickling in? Are there any, surprise moments, or is it a thing of like, well, that's what we expected?
Well, the people that I spoke to right now, I actually spoke to more young people, first-time voters, and according to them, they are still, they say they are waiting to see how it works out. For them, they are saying it's the first time they are voting, and the whole election process turned out to be a whole new experience for them, and this is not how they expected it to be. They said it was going to be a one day, it got extended. So for them, they are saying they are eager to see how all this comes together at the end of the day.
Talking about young people, would you say that, the youth of Kunene region really showed up in numbers, just from, the look of things when you visited the various voting stations? Would you say that they really, really turned up in terms of, them going out there so they can go cast their votes?
Yes, in general, I would say the youth of Kunene really showed up in numbers. They really made efforts to show up, and that's mostly in the town of Opuwo. But when you move to the rural areas, it's more of the elderly, not really much of the youth, to say.
Now, Kunene was one of the places where the 2 extra days for voting was rolled out as well. How did that play out? Did people really take advantage of it?
Well, it played out okay, because the first day of the extension, the polling stations did not open at 7 as it was announced, due to the fact that they were still waiting for the arrival of ballot papers from the head office. But of yesterday, when we went to visit some of the polling stations, they were saying people were moving quite slowly. But in the evening, they communicated back to us to say that the people have picked up, actually, the eligible voters picked up, because the thing is, since it's just 2 constituencies that were extended in the region where I'm situated, the side of Kunene North, people had to travel distances from opportunity to cast their votes on the 27th of November. So are really far from each other. Like one of the polling stations we visited was 70 kilos out of Opuwo, the town of Opuwo. One was like 80 kilos. The others were like about 40, 30. So yeah, so it was a bit of a challenge for most of them, because you have to understand that the way they live, they are more of migrants in terms of that they look for greener pasture once it rains. So what happened was, for most of them, they are saying is that the polling stations were set up at areas where they were during the time of the voters' registration. And when it rained, they moved further inland to look for greener pasture. So for them to come back here to where the polling stations are, it's a thing of they have to travel with all their livestock, and that could be really delayed in a sense of how they are making it to their polling stations.
So their lifestyle is pretty much still nomadic. Lastly, July, you are the envy of our colleagues here. When I told them that you had a goat slaughtered there while you guys were waiting for the ballot papers. But what other interesting things happened that you consider as a positive highlight during your coverage?
Oh yes, we got a chance to share a great news with the ECN polling officials and some community members. Other great highlights I would say was that we got a chance to visit the Ovahimba Living Museum. We also got a chance to visit the information center. And, the lifestyle here is just so different from the capital city. It's more of, I would say, the lifestyle here, the culture and tradition stands out more than the way we live in the capital city. And we also got a chance to visit areas that are far from a pool, that cannot be accessed by road, where we went with helicopters. And the natural setup of the whole region is just so beautiful in terms of the U.S. mountains. You have the Punena River, you have the Atlantic Ocean, the desert. It's everything at one place at once. And in terms of tradition, the people, I love how they embrace their culture and how they wear their traditional attire. It's so beautiful here just to see that.
Absolutely, July. Thank you so much for that update, and thank you so much for keeping the nation informed.
And thank you so much, Jonas.
All right, much obliged. July Nafuka there speaking to us from Opuo. Stay tuned. Shift now focus to the Omusati region, where Tonateni Haimbodi covered that part of the country during the election. Very good evening to you, Tona. Thank you so much for making time to join us.
Thank you very much.
Much obliged. Talk to us about, an overview. Give us an overview of your experience. I'm sure this is not the first election that you have covered, but talk to us about how it compares with the previous ones that you had an opportunity to cover.
Okay. I was stationed in Omusati region this year, where I covered elections as event unfolds. And from Omusati, I also came to cover in Oshana region. I actually had two regions to cover because of the extended voting process. In Omusati region, we saw people, both young and old, patiently looking forward to go and vote. And what stood out is that in 2019, we saw more elderly people at polls. But this year, we saw sober young people with joy on their faces looking forward to go and cast their votes. What I think changes the minds of young people is also the voters' education that was carried out more by ECN. I think they took it more serious, and they really went to vote, because it seems like they really understood the importance of voting the leaders of their choice to lead them in the next 5 years, and they really understood that voting is really a right, because when you vote, you cast your vote, you exercise your democratic right. We were really amazed that despite the hot weather condition in the northern parts of the country, young people waited patiently to go and cast their vote, even though sometimes we saw them standing in long queues and there were no shade. We didn't see them like diverting to go and sit maybe somewhere in the shade. They waited patiently until they cast their votes.
What is your overall impression of the ECN's performance in that part of the country in terms of how they handled these elections?
Yeah, we also saw in the ECN officials, we saw them more freely welcoming the media. There were no kind of how do I put it? They welcomed the media. When you come to a polling station and you are more welcomed, unlike compared to 2019, when sometimes officials see and media, they think they look at you as you are there to twist things. But this year, I really saw a change, and we were more welcomed, and we felt freely to enter any polling station, talk to either the presiding officer or who is in charge of any polling station, even the member of the public, the voters themselves. They were more freely talking to the media, because in the past they see NBC and then they run away. Oh, it's NBC. We don't want to be on television. Oh, we don't want to say anything. But it's them, or this year, it's them who even want to call NBC when they see your car. They call you and they say, we want to express our views. And some of the views the voters expressed this year, they are being young or the older people, they are more emphasizing on the need for whoever is going to take over to improve on employment creation, because people are in abject poverty, people are suffering, people have lost hope. Some of those we spoke to, they have lost hope. They are more sitting at cooker shops consuming alcohol. They have lost hope, and they really are emphasizing that if whoever is going to take over can put more emphasis on employment creation, be it setting up projects where people can go and make agricultural projects where people could go and produce food and feed their families and generate income for themselves, they will really appreciate it.
Absolutely. Just lastly, Tora, we spoke to many of our colleagues, and they shared some interesting stories about things that they saw during the election day, stories of Ubuntu where people were sharing the little water that they had, or if there was an elderly person that came along, they would give their chair instead of just sitting in it while the elderly people were standing. But just briefly talk to us about one incident that stood out for you that will perhaps leave a lasting impression for you.
We came at one polling station where a lady came with some fruits and just gave these fruits to a group of young people who were standing in the queue. You could really see the love of sharing with one another, the love your neighbor as you love yourself. We saw them unfolding at polling stations. We also saw them when one is coming with cold water, they share with a neighbor in the queue. And it was really amazing. And what it was also interesting is that we did not see we did not see violence, intimidations, and threats at polling stations. We saw sober minds, people coming in sober, and then they wait patiently to cast their votes. We also saw tolerance. We saw peace. We saw joy in the faces of the people as they go and cast their votes. Right. Even when we were in Omusati, many polling stations ran out of ballot papers, but people stood there patiently waiting for the ballot papers, because if they were not eager to vote, they have walked away immediately when they were told that there were no ballot papers.
Donna, sorry to cut you short, but we have to cross over to the ECN now. But thank you so much for sharing your experience, and thank you so much for informing the nation during that period. Thank you so much.
Pleasure, bye.
Right, that was Humanitarian body speaking to us about her experience and as far as the coverage of the elections in the Omusati region and the neighboring regions were concerned as well. We'll now shift our focus to the ECN headquarters, where Denver Kisting is on standby.
Thank you so much, Jonas. Good evening, Namibia. We're coming to you live from the Central Elections Results Centre here at the headquarters of the Electoral Commission of Namibia. Joining us for his take on what has been transpiring in this country, particularly since Wednesday, 27 November 2024, is Media Ombudsman Dr. John Nakuta. Good evening, Doctor, and welcome to this special broadcast.
Good evening, Denver, and thanks for the invitation.
What has been your experience of what has been happening in this country since this past Wednesday?
Very exciting, very competitive elections. A great voter turnout, I think, reminiscent of what we've seen in 1989, similar to that. But of course, sour taste based on the administrative inefficiencies and hiccups that we've experienced. It's actually sad. A colossal failure, I would say, on the side of the ECN.
What is your opinion on the manner in which the media has been covering these elections thus far?
The media has been saying, prior to the elections, the build-up to the elections, that is the pre-election phase, the ECN has seen the media as a valuable ally, and they've worked nicely together. Information was forthcoming. But as of Wednesday, especially after the elections and after the proclamation, the attitude of the ECN have changed. Access to information has become very, very difficult to obtain, and the manner in which the ECN, especially at head office, and I'm just the messenger, the manner in which the officials at head office is dealing with the media is almost hostile, much different from the officials which I'm informed, the electoral officials at regional level, at constituency level, much more cooperative, much more forthcoming. Unfortunately, the same can't be said from about the officials at head office, and that is really sad.
There have been a number of engagements at head office, particularly at the Central Elections Results Centre, where both local media but also international media are allowed to cover these elections and also engage the Commission when they host press conferences. And I think there have been about 5 engagements thus far. Have you been able to follow those proceedings and to assess the extent to which what journalists claim they're experiencing is indeed the case?
Of course, I'm following it online, and I'm following the live announcements by the media. Of course, that is very much appreciated and welcome. But what they are saying, it is almost as if the officials from the ECN is we've given you an answer, and this is it, and this is final. So, and also what they are saying, that the officials at head office do not want to be interrogated. And remember, as a journalist, you ask questions, you ask follow-up questions, because you want to get more information, so as to go and properly, accurately and properly go and report on the particular issue. It is not just about he said this or she said this and whatever, and that's it. So journalists by very nature ask interrogative questions and so forth. So they are saying there's this, as I said, that hostility that they experience from the side of the senior officials at the head office level.
I had a conversation earlier with the host who covered elections for the NBC, Mr. Leslie Shuweda, in the Omeka region, and he also engaged you, in fact. And I said, although the pursuit is objectivity for journalists, journalists are also human beings. Journalists are also people who have the potential and capacity to get frustrated. What has been your observation in terms of the ideal of objectivity during the coverage of these elections thus far?
Yeah, no, definitely. We have developed a guideline, unfortunately due to challenges, guidance note on how journalists must report on elections. Unfortunately, we could not publish it, as I said, due to finance and all the other things. But in there, we are saying, it's like, in as much as you've got an opinion, you keep your opinion, your opinion cannot be conflated with reporting. You should remain neutral, you should remain unbiased, because yours is to give coverage of all political parties and candidates in a manner that is non-discriminatory. And if you can't make that distinction, then unfortunately you are violating the code of ethics and conduct which is enforced by the media ombudsman.
What recourse would entities such as the ECN and whoever else is a party to these proceedings as they continue to unfold in this country have in the event that they feel aggrieved by the conduct of journalists?
Of course, the ECN, and actually I've received a complaint from the ECN against the Namibian Sun. You might have followed, there was a story back then alleging that the ECN is there's an international organization that has been used whereby very sensitive information and personal data is kept in Hong Kong. Obviously, the ECN has said this is not the case, and I'm still waiting for the ECN. That complaint has not yet been finalized, because I'm waiting for the ECN I've given them the response from the Namibian Sun, and I'm waiting for the response. But what I'm trying to say is that the ECN, like any entity, may lay a complaint if they would be of the opinion that they've been unfairly reported on in an unbiased manner, or even inaccurately reported on. They can do this, and of course the media house, not the journalist, excuse me, the media house would be taken on and asked to take the corrective steps, as like, for example, it may be a retraction, an apology, or given the ECN an opportunity to state the matter in the way it is supposed to be stated, and not in a manner that is the complaint is all about.
And if it's a freelance journalist against whom the complaint is lodged, who is not necessarily employed or even stringing for a particular news organization?
It's a very good point. One of the shortcomings of the code of ethics that is enforced is that it only applies to members of the EFN, Editors Forum of Namibia. So even if you're not a freelance journalist, so obviously freelance journalists are not members of the EFN, so they are not under the jurisdiction of the
media ombudsman.
Similarly, media houses like Informante, who does not belong to the EFN, the code also doesn't apply to them, because remember, it's a self-regulatory. It's people that sign up to the code on a voluntary basis, and that is one of the challenges that we have. But sometimes we are using the carrot and stick, what is that expression, carrot and stick approach in terms of I've adjudicated over complaints against the Informante, even though the Informante is not a member of the EFN, and we've resolved some of the disputes that was reported to me in a very amicable manner. Yeah.
As far as the law is concerned, electoral laws can be very complex and intricate. The media certainly also has a responsibility, not only regarding the law, but in general to help their audiences digest complex concepts or intricate matters. To what extent do you believe our local media did a sufficient enough job as far as breaking it down for people so that they went to the polls, in fact 1.4 million Namibians registered to vote, understanding these processes?
It's really a mixed bag. When it comes to general voter education, the media has really done a good job in terms of educating the public about voting, when it's taking place, the registration, voter registration, as you know. The media played a very critical role in having educated the nation. So good. But what we've seen as part of the media monitoring project that we're running under the Office of the Media Ombudsman is that unfortunately there are not enough deep dive journalistic articles where one particular thing is taken and it is broken down. And I think my colleague, the professor that you interviewed this morning from UNAM, kind of mentioned this.
Fabio.
Yes, Prof. Fabio mentioned the same thing. There's unfortunately in our local media, there's not enough deep dive, analytical, investigative journalistic articles. And unfortunately, but I suppose it will come with time, because we all know that a lot of journalists that are currently working, a lot of them are covering the elections for the first time. So the whole issue that the media house has become juniorized is really playing out during this election. One can clearly see it. Yeah.
You have a wealth of experience also in other domains, and we do hope to touch base with you, particularly around administrative law aspects, given the proclamation that you also had made reference to. But as we wrap up our conversation this evening about the role of the media during these unfolding proceedings, because we don't know what tomorrow holds at this particular point in time, perhaps some final thoughts from your chambers as a media ombudsman, Dr. Nakuta.
Just generally, of course, one must congratulate the nation for having come out and vote in our big numbers. As I said in the beginning, it's just unfortunate that our excitement has been dampened. But I also can also just appeal to the nation to remain calm. The process is painstakingly slow. It is very frustrating. But as Namibians, and our late president used to say, we do it the Namibian way, and we should keep doing it the Namibian way. And maybe those ones that wants to be malicious with mis and disinformation should refrain from doing so, because please do not play with the peace and stability that we are enjoying in our country.
Thank you so much for your time, and thank you for sharing your expertise so generously and altruistically, Dr. Nakuta.
Thank you very much.
There you have it, Media Ombudsman Dr. John Nakuta, with a very important message. We should please not play with the peace and stability that Namibia enjoys, and we should refrain from engaging and sharing misinformation and disinformation. And with his overall take on how the media has been faring as far as the unfolding elections and its aftermath are concerned. It's now time for your primetime news, so it's back to NBC headquarters. Welcome back. Thank you so much, colleague Juliet and Team Studio One at the NBC's headquarters in the Namibian capital for the Primetime News Bulletin. My name is Denver Kissing. If you've just joined us, a very good evening to you and yours. We are coming to you live from the Central Elections Results Center here at the headquarters of the Electoral Commission of Namibia. Now, it is some 24 hours since the extended polls closed across the country last night, following an unprecedented announcement by the Electoral Commission of Namibia. On Thursday evening, ECN chairperson Dr. Elsie Nyikembwa informed Namibians that the Commission had successfully recommended to the head of state to have voting extended. Now, this came after President Nangolo Mbumba had on 25 October declared in a proclamation that the 2024 presidential and National Assembly elections were set for Wednesday, 27 November 2024, and that the day would be a public holiday. This evening, we endeavor to deepen our individual and collective understanding on whether or not the ECN move to have the polls extended is within the confines of the law of this particular country. In pursuit of this goal, we have invited a seasoned legal eagle, that is Advocate Werner Busak, a senior practicing advocate. Good evening, Advocate Busak, and welcome to this special elections broadcast.
Good evening. Thank you for having me.
Advocate, a lot has been happening in this country prior to the 27th of November 2024, but certainly on the 27th of November and subsequently. We've heard the Electoral Commission of Namibia address the Namibian nation on what firstly necessitated, according to them, an extended closing time of the polls on polling day, and subsequently an announcement that they had approached the President to have polling extended to the past Friday and Saturday. Before we get to the past Friday and Saturday, from a legal perspective, what do you make of the factors that gave rise to this extension, namely administrative challenges around long queues in the scorching sun, but on account of limited ballot papers? Not because a limited number of ballot papers had been printed, but because they had run out at specific polling stations, which increased the time that people had to wait.
Well, I understand anecdotally. I mean, there has been complaints from political parties as well on the day of the elections. So apart from, I assume, the ECN realizing that they have administrative problems with delivering voting papers at certain polling stations and the like, what also caused the extension was really, I assume, is the political parties having raised a concern about it, and clearly claiming at some point that if issues were not addressed, then they would clearly claim the elections are unfair.
That's an interesting point that you're making. So on the one hand, if political parties claim, given how this process is unfolding, given the manner in which the process was conducted, everyone who wanted to cast their vote, irrespective of who they were going to vote for, did not get the opportunity to participate in the process. And you're sharing with us that that could be one of the considerations that gave rise to the extension.
Yes.
At the same time, we hear political parties crying foul for the extension and over the extension. How is one to make sense of what appears to be a contradiction?
Well, yes, it appears to be a contradiction. The question is, which political parties raised the alarm on the day of the election to say, well, we realize if this election continues in the manner it does on that particular day, and if provision is not made for a further day or two of the elections, then they would claim that election being unfair. I mean, I'm sure there's records of which political parties raised the alarm. And then obviously one must look at who are the political parties who claim that it's unfair that there was an extension granted. So I assume ultimately we'll know in the course of time.
Let's perhaps take one slight step back at this juncture, Advocate. Now, if it's common cause that administrative challenges gave rise to long queues at the polls, which in the end warranted the extension, what should the size, scope and magnitude of an administrative challenge be to warrant such a drastic intervention, if you wish? Because certainly, if a challenge is experienced intermittently here and there at a polling station, it would not necessitate a move of this size, scope, and magnitude.
Look, I think we must probably step back and ask the question, or operate from the premise that the ECN has had lists of registered voters within certain constituencies. And therefore, they determined ballot stations to occur and to be placed in certain places. At the same time, they also placed mobile stations in certain places. So there was a determination of numbers, which necessitated, the allocation of voting stations and mobile stations, mind you. So if you operate from that premise, then you would obviously take the consequential look at it to say, but you have a margin of voters who will pitch up at a certain polling station. And clearly you have allocated a certain number of ballots for that polling station.
But is that not based on a presumption? On account of the fact that as per the law as it stands, a registered voter in this country may participate in the National Assembly and presidential elections at any polling station across the country on voting day.
That's true, but at the same time, that presumption is based within reason, isn't it? I mean,
based on the number of registered voters in a constituency.
Absolutely, but let me just finish this. I mean, if you're going to have voters voting at polling stations where they're not registered, would that necessarily exceed by 50%, for argument's sake, the estimated numbers that you expected at that polling station?
The thing is, one doesn't know, does one?
Well, one doesn't know, but as a logical consequence of having people vote at polling stations where they were not registered, I cannot foresee that you would have more than 50% of non-registered voters pitching up at that particular place. If it happens, it would be in a rare circumstance, in one or two polling stations, but not in the majority instances.
I think an analysis would in any event be helpful subsequent to what's going on at the moment to determine in the end how many of the registered voters in a particular constituency did in fact turn up at a polling station in that constituency on voting day versus how many of us may have gone elsewhere for whatever reason. And you need not disclose any reason. But going back to the proclamation, so we were informed by the ECN's chairperson, Dr. Elsie Nyikembwa, that they had recommended to the head of state, President Angolo Mbumba, to extend the polls. And the initial understanding was, particularly from those of us on the periphery as lay people, that the guiding legislation of elections in this country is the Electoral Act number 5 of 2014 as amended. And then concerns were raised, even and especially amongst legal circles, whether or not the Electoral Act does make provision for such a move in the manner that it was executed. We have seen subsequently that the President amended the proclamation, which was published on the 25th of October, indicating this extension now. How are we to understand this?
Well, looking at the fact that the President has the powers, in terms of Section 64 of the Electoral Act, to declare an election.
It's a prerogative of the head of state.
Yes, but the Act provides that as well. The Act makes it clear and stipulates it clearly that the President may issue a proclamation, which will be gazetted, obviously in consultation with the Electoral Commission. And that is how the initial date for the elections has been set. Now, that provision, Section 64, does not say anything further than that. It talks about all the elections that needs to take place, whether national elections, regional elections, and the likes, that the by-elections that the President needs to declare. So one can assume by necessary implication, If the president has the powers to declare a particular date for elections, does he not have the powers to also extend that date?
Or amend it.
Or amend it.
Yeah.
Yes, that's exactly.
Maybe before one gets into the extension, I'm just wondering out loud about the amendment. If you plan well in advance and you set a date for something called a presidential and a National Assembly election, right? And something happens that, according to you, of course, in consultation, warrants an amendment of the date. Before we even talk about an extension, that would be within the powers of the president to also effect such an amendment by publishing it in a proclamation.
Indeed.
All right.
Indeed so. But let's go back. Apart from the provision in the Electoral Act, the president generally has powers to issue proclamations.
Not limited to elections.
Not limited to elections. So proclamations relating to emergency situations and situations demanding the president to take certain steps in pursuit of the defense of safety and security of the nation. So he has that powers as the president in any event. Whether that is in compliance with the Electoral Act, the way it has been done, is a different story altogether.
An emergency would in any event supersede anything else. Is that not so?
Absolutely.
Provided
absolutely.
what happens, the proclamation that's issued in an emergency must still comply with the supreme law of the land, being the Constitution.
Absolutely.
Is this what happened here, or what exactly happened here in terms of the law?
Well, it seems, by looking at the proclamation that was issued now, that seems to have been done in accordance with the Electoral Act, because it makes reference to the exact powers that's accorded to the president in Section 64 of the Electoral Act. So it does not speak of an external situation. It does not speak of an emergency situation or some, fear to our democracy or anything like that. It simply refers to the Electoral Act. That is what the proclamation that the president issued states.
Now, apart from the 64 that you touched on earlier, there's also 93,
Absolutely.
right? Which, it is my understanding, the proclamation also makes reference to. Now, Section 93 of the Electoral Act does indeed speak of extension of the polls. However, there's also an important proviso.
Yes.
How does 93 work in practice?
Well, in simple terms, 93 simply provides the ECN to extend the voting hours
over by a recommendation to the president?
Not necessarily. The ECN can do it themselves. 93 operates on its own. It's powers that the ECN has in terms of the Act. It manages the voting time. Well, you have a date allocated for voting in any event. So we know voting time has been set in terms of the Act between 7 and 9 p.m. at night. So if they wanted to extend those hours, 93(2) makes provision for that.
For the ECN to do it on its own?
Yes.
What we did hear on Wednesday, that a directive was in fact issued by the ECN, where polling officials were told not to close polling stations as material was still en route to those polling stations. Would that be a 93(2) scenario?
That's exactly 93(2) scenario. That's in line with the Act. It's in terms of 93. So you don't need the president's prerogative. You don't need a president to issue a proclamation to do that. The Act gives ECN the powers to do that. But you need to closely look at what 93 provides for. And so the question would be, unfortunately, or let me rather step back. The president's proclamation says the extension that he has granted in the proclamation, or not the extension, the amendment,
the existing proclamation,
has been done subject to 93(3).
So what it means is, if I'm understanding you correctly, is that the initial proclamation indicated 27 November 2024 as the date for the elections. Yes. In the meantime, what happened, and we need to reopen polls or extend the opening time of polls, and therefore we amend this proclamation. Yes. At the same time, this proclamation goes further and says, provided that this is subject to 93 of the Electoral Act. Is that problematic?
Well, yes, it does appear to be problematic. I mean, And it can also not be problematic. It depends on which way one looks at it. And I'm sure, anybody or any of the political parties who may contest this will find sufficient argument on the one hand, and it depends on the court to determine that issue. But as I say, the President's proclamation need not have been done subject to 93. Because the President has the powers in terms of Section 64 to declare a particular date for elections.
In a proclamation published in a gazette.
Yes, and therefore, it cannot be far-fetched to say he can amend that proclamation. So that's within his powers. And in terms of Section 64. But to say it's subject to 93 is another issue.
So what, from your understanding, what should have happened for the extension to still be granted, yet be subject to 93? Should it have been declared earlier, or what should have happened?
Well, of course, if it had been declared earlier, then it would be less problematic.
Earlier meaning earlier on Wednesday, the 27th?
Yes, possibly earlier on Wednesday. It would have been less problematic.
If one reads the proclamation, it speaks of the extension of the polls to Saturday and Friday and Saturday. That is yesterday and the day before. What then happens to Thursday, which was the day after voting day?
Remember now, the proclamation says the elections are extended from Wednesday until Saturday.
But what happened to Thursday?
That's a question mark, isn't it? I can answer what happened to Thursday. What practically seems to have happened is the ECN must have decided, well, we can only continue on Friday and Saturday. That must be a practical situation after the initial elections.
Talk to us about practical considerations. Certainly the law cannot disregard how massive an undertaking elections are.
Absolutely.
The logistics involved.
Yes.
And it's not a decision that can be made willy-nilly. It's not a decision that can be made without due regard to stakeholder takes and consultation. So to what extent would a court be lenient or entertain that practically that's what was necessary under the circumstances?
Well, you see, it depends on what question is really put to a court at the end of the day. Would the question be, but what happened to Thursday? But then the court would ask, but so we know there was no election on Thursday. But what's the consequence or effect of it? Are you complaining that even though people voted on Friday and Saturday,
they should also have had access to voting on Thursday. Voting possibility on Thursday.
Yes.
Yeah. Bearing in mind, not voting in this country is not a criminal offence.
Absolutely.
So it still remains a choice.
Absolutely. But then you see, the ultimate thing is, at the end of the day, the question is, any party who may challenge the ECN or challenge these elections would obviously have to put up a case to say, well, despite the fact that there was voting on Friday and Saturday, we have the numbers to show that X amount of people were still unable to vote. So therefore, the fact that maybe there was no voting on Thursday has also had an impact on the fairness of this election.
And that might be challenging to prove, because how do you know this?
Absolutely.
And how do you know this for sure?
Yes.
So what we do know is that appears to also be a bone of contention is the ECN has explained at more than one occasion the criteria that they used to decide on which polling stations should be open in which constituencies on Friday and Saturday. Not all constituencies, 121 in this country, and all of their polling stations were part of Friday and Saturday. And that may also be concerning.
Well, definitely. I think we've all picked up that people have complained on social media about that. So that appears to be a problem in terms of the selection of the polling stations at which voting took place on Friday and Saturday. And ultimately, whichever institution, whichever individual, whichever political party challenges at court might have a decent case about this, because the question is, what were the determinations of those polling stations as opposed to other polling stations?
Yeah. I may not speak on behalf of the ECN, but what has been explained to us at more than one occasion is that if potential voters did not have the opportunity, particularly in a mobile station scenario, to participate in the process on Wednesday, such an opportunity didn't exist therefore for that potential voter, and they were granted the opportunity. So if I was at a mobile polling station waiting to cast my vote, waiting for it to be erected, because the mobile station would have come from elsewhere, and by the time that the mobile station was set up, it may have been after 9 o'clock already, and I had left, because the polls ordinarily close at 9. So I would not have had the opportunity to vote. So that was the primary consideration they shared with us.
Well, that may be so. That may be correct. I mean, there's no issue with that. But as I say, shouldn't there have been a consultation with the stakeholders, all the stakeholders, which are the political parties, and some of them who complained at the outset in any event, when they complained, to have consulted them to say, okay, what are your complaints about? So if we're going to extend the elections, let us discuss where are we going to put polling stations. Is it only about mobile stations that couldn't operate for whatever time? Or is it a question of, people at fixed mobile stations who couldn't vote? Or people who were turned away when 9 o'clock came about? I mean, there are all these considerations. So I'm not sure if that consultation took place, and if so, well, then I'm sure it will be difficult to challenge the Electoral Commission on that, if those consultations had properly taken place with all the stakeholders.
Other than going the route of recommending to the President to amend the existing proclamation containing the date of the elections and have the polls extended thereby, which were the other avenues that the Commission could have explored to accomplish the extension of the polls? Could they, for instance, have approached the court?
Well, of course they could have approached the courts. It might have made sense. It might have been, in some respects, the prudent thing to do, and to have given any other stakeholders to participate in that process. Of course, the ECN could have launched an urgent ex parte application.
Just for purposes of viewers who may not be privy to the meaning of the term ex parte, what does that mean?
Well, it simply means it's one party approaching the court. I mean, due to time constraints and the consequence of the relief that is sought, that ultimately, and its urgent nature, that you approach the court urgently. Ultimately, whichever stakeholders may subsequently have an opportunity to also participate at a later stage. But at that particular time, due to the urgency of it, a party may approach the court for direction, and the court may issue a particular order in that regard. So that definitely is not an option that's not off the table. It could have been done. But then, given the powers that the ECN has in terms of the Act, and given the power that the President has, the fact that the President has the power to issue proclamation, I cannot think that what has happened, how it transpired at this point in time, is necessarily wrong. The concern seems to be rather, as opposed to the choice of polling stations that were subsequently chosen. That seems to be where merit lies in the concern that majority of, or some parties may have, with the extension of the election. But I do not think the extension itself or the amendment of the initial proclamation by the President might be so problematic.
If the ECN tells you that given the circumstances, because we know prudent is not necessarily expedient, it did everything that it could within its powers, but also reasonably, and based on that, and their own assessment. That's how they embarked on at least the choice for polling stations to be opened or to stay open. Would the court listen to the ECN?
Well, of course, the court listens to any event. In any event, the court listens, and the court will decide based on what any opponent also says about that, any counter argument, and what evidence is put up before court. That is the role of a court.
What is a proclamation exactly, Advocate Boesak? You know, we hear of a proclamation, we have the Electoral Act, so one just wonders as a layperson, what is the difference between an act and a proclamation? Is the proclamation also a statute, and why then is there a difference if it's one and the same thing? We wonder as lay people.
Well, in very simple terms, we all know a president has executive powers, right? And a proclamation is basically a statement, a brief statement of him issuing his executive powers relating to a particular scenario. That's to put it in very simple terms. But the reason why you have a proclamation as opposed to an act is we know for an act to pass, it takes a long time, because it becomes a bill at some point in Parliament. After lengthy deliberations, all stakeholders have been consulted. It might take a year, and we know it might take several years for an act to be enacted. And therefore,
from a bill form,
from a bill to finally being an act. So it takes a while, and it takes wide and broad consultation with relevant stakeholders and Parliament. Parliament, the elected members of our political establishment who sit in Parliament need to deliberate on an act and finally agree on it as well.
The very leg of one of the two legs that we are voting for at the present moment.
Absolutely. So I mean that's fundamental to our democracy, and therefore an act is a very important piece of it's legislation that has gone through a lengthy process. Whilst a proclamation is particularly suited for this type of scenario. You have an emergency situation. The president needs to take some steps, and he needs to issue some kind of law to declare his executive power or executive statement about a state of affairs. And that is really what a proclamation is.
I know it's not a simple affair, but to what extent is cost a consideration? To what extent is time pressure a justifiable consideration if one is an electoral body and you explore the avenues and you embark on an avenue such as the one that was explored at the moment?
It's cost and time. Or
cost and time.
Okay.
Cost and or time.
Well, I mean, firstly, if we look at cost, we know an election is clearly a costly exercise. I mean, for a body such as the ECN to conduct an election across the length and breadth of this country, and to have, we know the numbers are, there were about 1.4 million registered voters. Not that everybody voted, but that was the estimate. So you needed to print ballot papers in excess of that, or in that kind of amount, similar to that. It's very costly. So therefore, clearly, and that's why we probably have elections once in 5 years at the national level. It's a very costly exercise. It must be budgeted for by Parliament. Funds are allocated for this kind of exercise. People must be appointed to attend to polling stations, whether it's in the furthest reaches of the country. You know, so yes, definitely it's costly. And therefore, I would assume the consequence of your further question on that would be the effect of having an extended election or another election, whatever one may call it. It clearly is a costly exercise. And therefore, time is also of the essence. I mean, we know the Constitution provides for a certain time within which national elections must take place for Parliament as well as for presidential elections. And that is why the President had issued the initial proclamation within the confines of what the Constitution had provided as well as the Electoral Act. So time is of the essence. It needs to happen. Elections need to happen within a certain time frame. So those are serious considerations. But at the end of the day, ultimately, the question whether elections are free and fair also plays a serious role.
Definitely, and we'll get to that in a bit. You spoke about social media and what we're witnessing in that space earlier. Many Namibians who are lay people are crying foul on social media, alleging criminal conduct of whatever nature. Is there a difference between an administrative hiccup, glitch, challenge, such as a polling station running out of ballot papers and having to embark on a cumbersome process as an ECN to replenish the shortfall versus criminal conduct?
Oh, no, definitely, there is a difference. I mean, with criminal conduct, you must understand it's a deliberate type of activity. It's deliberate conduct on the part of persons with the aim of a certain outcome, so to speak. So, I mean, if you juxtapose that with an administrative hiccup, if we generally accept, if we accept that polling stations ran out of ballot papers, if we accept that kind of scenario, then you cannot implicate that to be criminal conduct. On the other hand, anyone who accuses, whether it's ECN officials or whichever persons, with the mishandling of ballot papers, and that which contributed possibly to a shortage in ballot papers at polling stations and the like, whoever implicates people in that might have proof, and they need to produce proof, and they need to obviously lay the necessary charges with the necessary authorities, being the police, obviously.
You're raising an important point. So if I claim that there was criminal conduct on the part of an ECN official, what responsibility do I have as a citizen of this country in terms of how I need to go about that evidence that is in my possession, that proof that I have, that I claim to have?
Well, there are so many avenues. I mean, the first avenue that's available is to approach the Namibian police.
Do I have a choice, or is there an obligation on me to, when I am in possession of evidence indicating at least prima facie criminal conduct, to approach the Namibian police?
Well, you have a choice. You cannot say you have an obligation. It's your moral obligation. It's not your legal obligation. There's a difference there. There's no legal obligation on anybody to go and lay a criminal charge. You know, there's a moral obligation on you to do the right thing in the interest of the nation, in the interest of democracy. If you have any evidence that there was some criminal conduct, and then you must take steps to produce the necessary evidence. If you fear going to the police for whatever reasons, I would assume the political parties all have a stake in this election. So you can produce that evidence to the necessary political parties, whichever, and those officials can take that evidence further to the ECN as well as to the police and any authority they may deem fit.
What recourse does the ECN have if Denviki Sting makes defamatory statements about ECN officials? If Denviki Sting accuses ECN officials of criminal conduct, or if Denviki Sting intentionally spreads misinformation and disinformation about the manner in which these elections have been conducted thus far, what recourse would the ECN and or their officials have against such an entity, such an individual?
Well, the ECN is a public entity, and a very important public entity, as we know at this particular point in time in our society. The ECN therefore has a reputation as a public entity. Now, if you obviously say damaging things about the ECN, then the ECN has not an obligation, but they have a right. They have a right to institute civil action against you, and they have a right to possibly institute a criminal case against you. They have the legal right to do so in order to protect what they may deem is an attack on their reputation as an institution.
And under what circumstances would that be a criminal matter? Depending on what it is that one alleges about the body called the ECN.
Well, Denver, you know, when people swear at each other in the furthest parts of our country, in a small village,
that's criminal conduct.
There's criminal conduct. It's called criminal injuria. So there's criminal conduct already at that level.
But if one swears at an institution, for instance, yes, not at an identified official, who would then be at the receiving end of that criminal conduct, and who would be able to lay a charge?
Well, depending on the statement, obviously, but let's assume the person who swears against the ECN swears broadly against the ECN. It is still against an institution that supposedly has a certain reputation.
And that has representatives.
So those representatives, whoever they are in management, may approach the authorities and lay a charge against those individuals.
Advocate, we talk very freely of free and fair elections. It's an expression that all of us use now more than ever. But what does it actually mean? Now, what is it that an election needs to comply with for it to be deemed beyond reproach, for it to be deemed free and fair?
Well, Denver, I'm sure there are observer organizations. As we know, we have had the SADC observers in the country. There are international observers. And I'm sure within those groupings there are certain criteria that's laid out as the essentials to make up a free and fair election. I'm not au fait with whether it's 10 criteria or 20 criteria, but people within that space would be able to exactly tell you. But from a general perspective, if free and fair elections is all about, at the end of the day, also perceptions. It's perceptions from the stakeholders, the political parties participating in elections, and their supporters, feeling they've had a rightful opportunity to participate without intimidation and having been given a fair opportunity to go and vote and cast their vote without any influence and then any individual just making their individual choice. So on a broad perspective, that's what it comes down to.
Am I hearing you correctly? So not only must elections be free and fair in terms of what that means, as just explained to us by you, but the perception must also exist that these elections are free and fair.
Yes.
Why is that important?
Well, perceptions, unfortunately, is important because at the starting point, when you have political organizations or parties complaining, like we know has happened on the day of the first election, on the 27th. We know certain political parties raised a complaint with the ECN. So whether the outcome of simply the election based on that would have been free and fair, would have been based on the perception already from the point of view of those who complained already, to say, listen, at this point in time, we're already telling you that what's happening is not correct and it does not seem to render a free and fair election process. So that is fundamentally important. And therefore, of course, we know the ECN, whether that influenced them to a large extent or not, but that also played a role in them approaching the president to extend or amend the proclamation for elections. So perception definitely does play a role. I mean, of course, ultimately, whether a court determines and agrees with a perception of what's free and fair is a different story altogether.
That was going to be my question. Whose business is it to make that determination? Certainly, on the streets of social media, I can't scream not free and not fair. There are entities entrusted with that mandate. Yes. It's whose business it is to make that determination. And which are those avenues? Which are those entities specifically?
Well, for one, as I indicated, we have the SADC observers who are in the country. But from my understanding is that we know political parties had engaged the SADC observers and they were not happy with them because to them they were already complaining. Some political parties were complaining what has transpired was not free and fair.
Let's park that for a moment. What we heard, particularly the SADC observers tell us is they have no mandate to adjudicate on whether or not elections were free and fair. They can only share what they've been observing prior to polling day on the ground and what they experienced on polling day and the sample size of the number of polling stations and constituencies that they had visited. But they have no mandate and or authority to express themselves in that way. They can raise concern if such concern exists, and they can certainly flag whatever they deem needs to be flagged and make recommendations.
That sounds fair. That sounds, if that's what they say. But the question is then what any layperson outside of that space, remember now there's a professional space of observers, supposedly. There's a professional space of people who go to countries generally, whenever there are elections, and who seem to be skilled in this particular area. And then you ask the question, now, what's the role of that body if it cannot say an election was not free and fair?
I don't think that is the primary concern. I think that the body could express itself on whether or not they think that elections were free and fair. But that would have no effect if a particular sovereign country decides to not do something about it.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So they have no further powers as an observer body other than to express themselves on what their views are on an election.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
They simply have what one would presume an influential, or rather, the fact that a sovereign country invites you to come and be observers, the sovereign power should be able to listen to your view or opinion.
Yet you don't have the power to dictate to the sovereign power what is to happen. So even if an observer entity is to say elections were not free and fair, they can't order a re-election.
We understand they can't do that.
Yeah. So our jurisdiction makes provision for inter alia an election tribunal, the electoral court, which essentially is also a high court. Of course, depending on the extent to which one wants to elevate a matter, you could even end up in the Supreme Court, as we have ended up in this country in relation to elections before. So Friday and Saturday have come and gone. At this stage, does an aggrieved party still have access to an avenue such as the tribunal, or is it too late for that leg of the journey? And at the same time, I would like you to please help us understand who would be a party that may lodge a grievance and go to court. May it be any ordinary citizen, whether that citizen is even a member of a political party, whether that citizen was even a registered voter, whether he or she, apart from being a registered voter, even participated in elections, or can only certain interested parties, stakeholders is a term that you use quite often in our conversation this evening, can only that category of people approach a court?
Well, let's start from a general premise, how the courts operate as to whether you have a right to complain about something. The phraseology that's used in the courts is whether you have standing. Do you have legal standing? I mean, you cannot come from,
South Africa,
yes,
for instance.
You cannot come from South Africa and not being a registered voter here and come and complain on behalf of a registered voter here. Of course, you can have an NGO from South Africa or for anybody in the world, any place in the world, who may issue a statement in defense of democracy, of on free and fair elections.
And yet such a statement similar to that of an observer mission does not necessarily have binding power.
Yes.
It may have persuasive power.
Yes, absolutely. So in order to have standing in court, you must be an affected party. You must be an interested and affected party. That's the general principle of having standing. So if we take it from that premise, obviously a political party who has participated in these elections would have standing to complain that the elections might not have been free and fair, because if it had been free and fair, that particular political party might have estimated it would have gotten an X amount of votes as opposed to a lesser X amount of votes. And therefore it has affected that political party's performance. Not because its voters didn't turn up or its supporters didn't turn up, but because of the conduct of the ECN or whoever influenced the voting process.
Would they need to corroborate such projections with, I don't know how one can corroborate such a projection?
Well, I think there's ways and means to corroborate it, but I think that's... But
a social media poll on my Facebook page as a political entity, yes, gauging interest.
Yes.
Would that amount to corroboration of a projection that in this constituency it was my expectation, yes, based on the social media poll, that X number of people would come vote for me? And I know it may sound silly, but I'm just trying to understand how one would corroborate a projection that it was my reasonable expectation that I would score X number of votes, but on account of this process, I now didn't score that expected number.
Well, then a social media poll like that might not carry so much weight. But what political parties have done in the past and in the world, the sophisticated political parties have engaged proper research entities who do the necessary research before elections, and that gives them a
leg to stand on.
A very relatively decent leg to stand on, and not just a leg to stand on when you're contesting elections, but they've done it in terms of, for instance, looking at if we're not going to win an election with an outright majority, do we possibly need to engage in coalition negotiations? And that helps them before elections, before the outcome of the results ultimately, is to already start negotiating and to engage parties to say, well, guys, we might not reach the margins that we think of, and we probably need to discuss and plan ahead. And that has happened. That has happened in some countries. The unofficial version in South Africa is it has happened exactly in South Africa. Before the GNU is that they've already had the estimates done and they knew where it was going. And those negotiations had begun way before anybody thought anything about it. So apart from, as I say, apart from just contesting elections, there are organizations who do decent research on this type of thing and estimates and polls and give a relatively decent picture of how voters might
behave on such a day, which of course you can share with the court, and it's up to the court whether or not it's something that they want to take seriously. The chairperson of the ECN, Dr. Elsie Kimbo, also shared with us over the last couple of days that although the law does not prescribe a date in terms of which election results should be announced following election day, the Commission had initially committed to the 30th of November 2024, which was yesterday, by when they wanted to have the results announced. On account of what transpired in the meantime, that date no longer was relevant. But what impact does a slow results release process have on the perception that you spoke about earlier, but also on actual being free and fair regarding elections is concerned?
No, it has a major impact. I mean, I think we all know from news reports what has happened in Mozambique. There's been an uprising it might have been quelled down a bit, but there was an uprising because there was a perception of ballot boxes being filled by a particular party. So there was a perception of an unfair election. So perception plays a big role, and of course the delaying of the announcement of the results also has a major impact. So unfortunately it has an impact. I mean, maybe fortunate for Namibian citizenry is that we have a very patient citizenry and a very tolerant nation. So we might not be at the levels of other countries. But ultimately, people's patience can only last so long.
But again, irrespective of how long it takes to announce results, for whatever reason, that does not necessarily imply criminal conduct.
No, it does not. It does not imply criminal conduct. I mean, whoever wants to indicate criminal conduct must obviously lay the ground for it and provide the evidence for it.
So as we're slowly starting to wrap up our conversation this evening, Advocate Busak, we have seen some political organizations already threaten with civil action, and whether or not that will see the light of day, one doesn't know at this stage. But how do you see the way forward, given where it is that we are at this point in time?
Well, it seems clearly that some of the parties will challenge the elections in court. That, I mean, I believe one or two parties have made statements about that quite clearly. Media statements have been released in that regard. So we seem to be in for, legal challenges in the near future relating to the elections. And hopefully the courts will determine that as soon as possible, and that we can have a final determination of these issues.
Now, we do know that we made use of papers this time around compared to the electronic voting machines that we used 5 years ago on account of a Supreme Court ruling that never again in this country may EVMs be used unless they are equipped with a verifiable paper trail. In order to anticipate and perhaps best manage and mitigate, particularly the expensive litigation that goes along with such challenges, is it perhaps necessary for this country to heed the call of the court in that instance and see to it that that infrastructure is obtained to make sure that we are on track both legally but also in terms of retaining democracy in this country?
No, absolutely. I cannot agree more than that, Denver. That's definitely what needs to be done. And I think what baffles any intelligent citizen of this country is to say, I mean, we have a period of 5 years between elections. And then we are also not operating on an island of our own. I mean, there are experiences around the world. There are experiences of our neighboring countries. How do they conduct elections? There are best practices. So one would think that, with the size of our population and the voter numbers, which is a lot less than, I would think, the majority of our neighbors.
With a lot less people and a lot less registered voters.
Yes.
The law stipulated in this country during previous elections that voting happens over 2 days. We've subsequently amended the law and now it only happens on 1 day. That's the one aspect. The second one is the fact that the country is treated like one constituency on voting day for the National Assembly and presidential elections. Are those perhaps two amendments that we need to look at as a matter of urgency?
Absolutely. I mean, we know, and it's not a secret, we know we've had the special elections a week prior to the 27th. In particular, we know that there were a small number of military officials who voted, and voting had gone until 4 o'clock. I mean, if that was not properly managed, clearly the alarm bell should have gone off. So there needs to be a serious look at what needs to be done. I mean, it would make sense to have 2 days off 3 days. I mean, it does not make sense.
Particularly in light of the growing population.
Absolutely.
Yes. Yeah.
So clearly ECN could not manage it with 1 day.
Advocate Busak, we appreciate your time. We appreciate your wealth of expertise that you shared so altruistically and generously to the Namibian nation. Any final thoughts before we reinstate your freedom of movement, which is a constitutional right that we unfortunately limited for the past 55 minutes?
Nothing further to say. I need my freedom of movement.
Just perhaps very lastly, we did hear an entity threatening with civil action say that even if they were to win the elections, that they will still approach the court. What will the court make of such a move?
Well, clearly, Denver, I mean, why do you go and complain if you have won? I mean, it just weakens your case, isn't it? I mean, would you complain that I would have won with 70% as opposed to 55%? You still need to prove the margins that you complain about. So it's all about the evidence. But I mean, you know, within reason, I don't think judges will be very impressed with a party who has won and cannot substantiate the margins that they claim they should have won. You know, that's another story altogether.
Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much.
There you have it. Advocate Werner Busak helping us understand the intricacies around the decision that gave rise to the recommendation to the head of state, Dr. Nangolo Mbumba, to have the polls extended. We'll take a short break, and it's almost time to get ready for the announcement of more results here at the Central Elections Results Center by the chairperson of the Electoral Commission of Namibia, Dr. Elsie Nkembwa. Please keep it locked here on your home channel, NBC. Welcome back. Now, you may have heard the term rejected ballots, particularly when the chairperson of the ECN started announcing results last night. And you may intermittently also have referred, some of the stakeholders referred to a spoiled ballot. What exactly is a rejected ballot versus what constitutes a spoiled ballot? What is the difference between the two? Now, as we await the further announcement of results here at the Central Election Results Centre by the chairperson of the Electoral Commission of Namibia, Dr. Elsie Nyikembwa, we'll take a look at this insert, helping us differentiate between spoiled and rejected.
Did you know that spoiled or rejected ballots can affect an outcome of an election? In almost every election, thousands of votes are lost due to simple mistakes. What does this mean for our democracy? Hello, Namibia, and welcome to your third episode of Namibia Votes 2024. I'm Jessica Kaimu, and in this edition, we'll take a look at the causes of unheard voices when it comes to an election.
One may not know that scratching out or making another mark on the same paper can invalidate a vote.
I had a relative of mine, he's late now, and when he went into the booth in Oshompinte constituency, he said, I had to look at, then I look at my comrade from my party, but then I saw the other guy, he always give me a hike when I'm at the hitchhiking. So then I thought, but I can't be unfair to him because he also, so I just decided to vote for all of them at once. So it became a spoiled ballot. As he told us, it was clear that that's a spoiled ballot.
Namibia's first ever elections in 1989 had approximately 800,000 votes cast, with about 10,000 of these ballots spoiled and rejected, resulting in a spoilage rate of 1.25%. 5 years later, in 1994, the total votes reached 1 million, with the number of rejected and spoiled ballots remaining at 10,000, leading to a spoilage rate of 1%. As the millennium approached in 1999, the voter turnout increased to approximately 1.1 million, with around 13,000 rejected and spoiled ballots, yielding a spoilage rate of 1.18%. While election participation was on the rise, the clarity regarding rejected ballots remained a concern. In 2004, the electorate continued to evolve, casting about 1.2 million votes. 14,000 of these votes ended up as rejected and spoiled ballots, representing a spoilage rate of 1.17%. The complexity of the electoral process was becoming apparent as voters sought to make their voices heard. By 2009, the number of votes counted had decreased to about 1 million, with 12,000 rejected and spoiled ballots, and resulting in a spoilage rate of 1.2%. Although voter turnout remained steady, issues surrounding ballot integrity were increasingly scrutinized. This peak in participation underscored a heightened civic awareness, even as concerns about ballot validity persisted.
Perhaps, people are panic. We all panic, even believe me or not. Some of the political parties, the symbols look almost the same and so on and so on. Then he make a mark, then he realized before he go to the ballot box to cast his vote, he realized that, hey, I made a mistake. I marked where I'm not supposed to be marked. Then that specific voter will tell the presiding officer, I made mistake. Then if he does so, the presiding officer will take that ballot paper, which the voter say, I made mistake. Immediately, in terms of our law, the presiding officer will endorse that ballot paper, say spoiled, and that ballot paper will not get its way to the ballot box. Then they'll put it in an envelope or put it aside.
In Namibia, every vote matters. Yet, in every election, a significant number of ballots are either spoiled or rejected. This phenomenon has profound implications, potentially costing candidates their seats and undermining the electoral process. Thomas Shapi is the Deputy Director of the Elections Administration at the Electoral Commission of Namibia.
Like I said, it's just the same. Then the voter will go to the booth, find his ballot paper nicely. He goes there. Maybe he do the same. When he make his mark, he made his mark on a candidate which he was not thinking. Then he say, oh, I made mistake. But he doesn't go back to the presiding officer. He immediately maybe erase. You know, some people, they do that. He erase, then he put a mark on another candidate or political party he wanted. Then he'll fold his ballot paper. He go to the ballot box and cast his vote in the ballot box. Now, that ballot paper did not come back there. It's there. It had been casted. Now, when we are going to go and do the counting, that ballot paper which have got marks which we cannot see, like for example, where he made a erase and then he put there. In terms of our law, even that erase he made is also a mark. So it will not count that ballot paper because we don't know where to count it. Then during the count, we regard that ballot paper is a rejected ballot paper.
Rejected ballots may account for at least a seat or two in the National Assembly. Shapi highlighted the significant impact one ballot can have.
There have been 5 ballot papers have been rejected. If you multiply by 2,000, just imagine, do your calculation, how many votes will be lost. So which means that's really a big concern because it can count a vote. It can count, a seat of a political party or whatever it is. So that's basically the statistic I can share that. I can't give you an exact, but there's really a concern to some.
Though seemingly small, these numbers represent thousands of lost votes, voices that went unheard. The Electoral Commission of Namibia plays a vital role in ensuring the integrity of elections. Professor Paul Isaac served the Electoral Commission of Namibia as a Chief Executive Officer since 2014 to 2019, and he tells us more on rejected and spoiled ballots.
The rejected papers does not have any effect on that particular party because it does not indicate for a specific party. The only case, only the paper which has been rejected, and therefore it is kept in the custody of the Electoral Commission of Namibia. So that it will not be counted later on to the benefit of a party A or B. So in that sense, it is something rejected and it does not count to it. The only reason why it is having its effect on it is that it is a vote, a precious vote has been lost because of that particular mistake which the person has been made. And that means, say for example, the person's intention was to make it for a political party B, but since of that particular mistake, that particular vote which ought to go to that political party is denied in that sense. So it has, in that sense, because of the mistake which the voter has made, her original intention has been denied by herself or himself.
Professor Isaac, however, notes that despite their efforts, the rate of spoiled ballots remains concerning. But what is the real-world implications of spoiled ballots for this? We spoke to Carol Engelberg, coordinator at the Civil Society Information Center, Namibia.
You have a ballot paper book, and then they tear out the ballot paper, and then they must write in this counterfoil the voter registration number of the person they give this ballot paper to. So that is the spoiled ballot papers. That there could be, somebody spills coffee over it or whatever. So it is something that the voter realizes is not okay and gives back the paper. Then there are other ballot papers that are referred to as rejected ballot papers. These are ballot papers, so the spoiled ballot papers never go into the ballot box, but they must be counted because you still have to tally the whole amount of ballot papers that goes to a specific polling station must in the end add up, because there are forms that have to be filled in together with the election observers if they want to, and of course the political party or independent candidates agents. So every paper that is in there must be accounted for. The rejected ballot papers, they go into ballot boxes because the voter is not aware that they made a mistake, or the presiding officer is not aware that the voter had a wrong thing.
Engelberg says in order to tackle the issue of spoiled ballots, a multifaceted approach is needed.
All types of ballot papers must be kept. So all the spoiled ones must be kept separate. All the rejected ones must be kept separate. The law even makes 4 different things. Clearly spoiled, clearly rejected, and then those that where you can't say which party was voted for on that one must be kept separately, because that one could be a contested one.
The good thing of the rejected ballot paper is that you can see it. Why did it have been rejected? Either someone has voted to political party, or the way he put the mark is not how it's supposed to be done. So because of that, we use that for us to be able to do our voter education. As we're speaking right now, our voter education, what they are currently doing is that besides the civic education where they talk about the right and so on, and for you, why should you vote and so on, they also talk about the voter education itself, where they have to tell the people how to put their marks. We really go out of our way. Of course, Namibia is big. We don't reach every corner, but we try that. But through the social media also, we try that to inform the people how. And believe it or not, if you can compare 1989 or back 1992 and today, it had completely changed. A very big difference.
Unlike rejected ballots, spoiled ballots are replaced, and unless the voter does not indicate that they have made a mistake, the paper will then be considered rejected.
It's the wrong place. Then they can take that ballot paper back to the presiding officer from the Electoral Commission in that polling station and ask for a new one. Then the returning officer, the presiding officer must make a cross, across the whole paper, cross it out and write there cancelled, and give a new one to the voter, and of course write also the cancelled one's number, in the counterfoil, the ballot.
Bani Karuombe is a former commissioner of elections at the Electoral Commission of Namibia, and he gives his view on unheard voices.
If 250 ballots were issued, that meaningfully the 250 ballots should be meaningful ballots allotted to the contested parties or presidential candidates. So in essence, when any of them are lost, it is a loss in terms of financially, and also all the other resources put into the process, and potentially for the contestants who would have earned from that ballot.
The reasons for ballot spoilage are varied. Common mistakes include incorrect markings, and we must understand why they occur.
But you can find some voters who are undecided. Until the election day, they did not decide. And when he goes there, that's where the problem of the spoiled and the rejected ballot paper come from. Because he did not decide. It is sudden he say ballot paper. Also, sometimes they don't even know who the candidates are. The only thing they know that today is an election day, I go. Then when he goes, he finds himself there. He really doesn't know who to vote for. And those are some of the causes of the rejected ballot papers.
I would say that this spoiled and rejected votes are happening because thorough job has not been done to educate people prior to the election so that the people are absolutely, when they are going on the day of voting and are going to vote, they know the process in and out so that there will not be any element of surprise. But if the people are not properly and practically informed about the ABCs, then that particular mistake is made. Also on the part of the voters is they should already also, before they are going to vote, they should also already know for who they are going to vote or for which political party they are going to vote. They should have already made that decision before going into the voting booth.
This issue often affects communities who may lack access to information and who may not know that they are eligible for another chance to vote.
The electoral voting machines, and it was because in the 2014 elections, more than the equivalent of a parliamentary seat. So if, for instance, 10,000 votes gave you a seat, if 12,000 votes were regarded as spoiled ballots, the essence is that a potential seat was lost because of spoiled ballots. So it is therefore that we thought we were to address the issue of the spoiled and rejected ballots through the pressing of a machine. But as you know, that the courts have said, unless there's a paper trail, that cannot be on. So this is how we try to address it. But post my tenure, the emphasis becomes that you need to make sure that there's sufficient voter and civic education.
You know, political parties make the mistake to send juniors who might not even have ever voted as party agents to the polling stations because it's an exhausting story. You know, you have to be there for many, many hours. But you should send senior people who understand the law and who understand how to defend, something that's not right. Because if you are dignified and you know your law, then the Electoral Commission officials will also, respond in like manner.
Moreover, the impact of these rejections may extend beyond the individual voter, affecting the whole election outcome.
The people have fights because nobody fights about the spoiled ballots. If a ballot is spoiled and it doesn't count, who worries, But rejected ballot papers are the ones that are part of the counting system.
Professor Isaac says the common pitfalls in marking a ballot is crucial for ensuring every vote counts. This is by educating the electorate.
The voter education is the key in order to avoid it. And I would say I will put the blame, particularly with ECN, that the voter education desk is sometimes not doing thorough practical, especially not theoretical, but practical aspects of teaching people ABCs exactly. And on the side of the voters also, that they should already make, prior to going into the voting booth, the decision for whom they are going to vote.
People to understand that one vote, and I'm saying this, I'll give an example, can make a candidate to win or lose, can make a candidate to get a seat or not. If I can give you one example, 2020, Wind West, I don't want to go far, Wind West. The councillor won with a one vote. The councillor won with a one vote. Imagine if that individual voter could not have gone to vote.
We then ask, between a presidential and a National Assembly election, which one gets more spoiled or rejected ballots?
Political parties of the presidential and the National Assembly. With the presidential ones, you are voting on a specific leader, which is standing as the president of that particular person. Whereas with the National Assembly, you are voting for the political parties. What is happening is with the presidential ones, is since the faces are there, the people are sometimes recognizing the faces and are putting their crosses next to that particular person. But with the parties, it means sometimes that maybe the voters are confusing. If it is like, for example, this year you will have over 21 various political parties. And if a person does not know exactly his or her party and what colors it has, symbols it has, etc., maybe in that particular confusion of unclarity, a person is making. So most of the mistakes are made. Most of these mistakes are made with the rejected voting, etc., with the National Assembly elections.
But what I know generally is that Namibia has a trend of when you vote for the presidential candidate, the same vote goes for the party of your choice, usually. So if there were to be a mistake on one, sometimes it may be on both. So the trend has just been that mostly the equivalent votes that goes to the presidential candidate from a candidate usually goes to also the party of their choice. So, but I think I wouldn't be able to say the statistics as to which one really. But what you also have to know is that more often people are clear about the party of their choice and less clear about the presidential, and some of them exercise the choice of saying, I'm only going to vote my party, but the president, I'm not concerned.
Every single vote counts. Up to now, we never had for presidential elections stuff that is very close to each other. There was usually one candidate who was way ahead of the others. There might be something that the presidential candidate gets the most votes, but it's not 50% of the valid votes counted plus one. Well, then you will have to have a rerun. But it's very, the chances that this year there will be, this problem that we might have a rerun, yes, but the problem will not be that the presidency is won with 1 or 2 votes. It's usually more. But if you go to the National Assembly elections that we have this year, also, there every single vote counts, because to calculate who goes to parliament, all the valid votes counted. That means the rejected votes will not be counted, but all the valid votes, they will be counted, and then they are divided by the number of seats in the National Assembly, 96, right? So all the votes counted over the whole country will be, that number will be taken and divided by 96, and then you have the so-called quota. Then you go to each one of the political parties that had taken part, and you check how much votes has each party, and each party's votes are divided by that quota. So say the quota is 9,000 and your party has 6,000 in total, then you have no seat. But there is the thing where you can get the residue of somebody else and still go to parliament with it, because somebody else's total votes have something left over that also doesn't give them another seat. So these extra votes then are allocated to those small parties that didn't make it.
On the National Assembly, Presidential National Assembly, the reason being, we all know that when it comes to the Presidential National Assembly, is the hype, even the turnout is more than the Regional Council. But in terms of now the numbers, I'm talking about the numbers, because of the many people coming, you will expect a lot of rejected. But also, when it comes to the Regional Council, despite the lower turnout, if you work on percentages wise, it's even more worse, because you know what happened? At least for the Presidential National Assembly, we have got only one ballot paper for all the whole country. You go to Karas, the same ballot paper you find in Karas, the same ballot paper you find in Kavango East, for example. But when it comes to the Regional Council, within the Regional Council, let's say Kavango East, for example, you've got so many ballot paper because of the different individual candidate who's vying for a seat in a constituency.
We now move to the impact that come with these issues. Who is more affected?
Waste of resources, because issuing ballot papers, making sure that you've supplied ballot papers, and to realize that on average 2% of ballot papers across the country are wasted, and when you collate that whole number together, it becomes a huge number. So when you reflect that against the resources spent, the financial and human resources, it's a waste. And also when you look at political parties which spend their meager resources to make sure that they convince voters to vote for them, and some of them become victim of people who just went to put their cross at the wrong spot.
Lastly, we ask, how should the electorate avoid the possibility of casting votes that will end up unaccounted and in the dustbin?
Voter education should be in place prior to any elections, and so that people will know already who they are going to vote and how they are going to vote. They should know exactly what A is and what B is and what C is. So that when the voter is entering there, she or he has already made up mind. They have clearly the picture what they are going to do, and therefore nobody should at that particular moment at the voting hour start to wrestle with questions or answer or trying to think about where should I vote, etc. So that in that sense I hope that this issues should be avoided, so that in that sense that the votes, no precious vote is in that sense taken away from the person which could have get it legitimately, because every vote counts, and when every vote counts, and those rejected and spoiled votes are the votes which are in that sense derailing that particular process, and also it is taking away the democratic right of a person who has made such a mistake of to vote for a person which she was originally thinking to vote for.
As we approach the 2024 elections, understanding how to cast your vote properly has never been more important. Join us again next week for Namibia Votes 2024. Same time, same place. From myself, Jessica Kaimu, and the entire crew, it's goodbye for now.
Welcome back. We're still awaiting the 7th media briefing by the ECN that is promising to bring us more results that have come in and to bring us up to speed as to who is doing better than the other. But in the meantime, let's take a look at this insert produced by Leslie Shiweda.
We are still here at the Kobabas Coalition Center. It's Namibia Votes 2024. I'm Leslie Shiweda. As you can see, this is the set that we have been using for the past 5 days to try and make sure that we bring you all the information as far as Omaheke region is concerned and the Kobabas constituency. I've interviewed the governor here, I've interviewed the media ombudsman, and I've interviewed the returning officer and also the electoral officer for the region of Omaheke. But I also just wanted to really give you the behind the scenes so that you will be able to happen as to what happened to your vote after you've casted it. It comes right here at the Coalition Center and it's get to be put in all of these boxes and they are always watched by a police officer, a party agent, or even just the observers themselves. And the reason why they have to do that is because this is very sensitive material. Why is it sensitive? Because sometimes voices or votes can be altered, and people do not want to be able to have things that are happening, like some of the reports that we're getting from other constituencies where people accidentally, I'll have to repeat it, accidentally dropped an envelope into one of these boxes. Nothing of the sort happened here in Omaheke region. Now let's quickly just speak to the returning officer again, Hilde Wanivi. Thank you once again. For the benefits of our viewers, can you please explain to us what is in the blue boxes and what?
And we've just been informed that the ECN chairperson, Dr. Ilse, will be now taking to the stage to give us an update.
Welcome back. We're coming to you live from the Central Elections Results Center here at the headquarters of the Electoral Commission of Namibia. As promised to us this morning, the chairperson of the Electoral Commission of Namibia, Dr. Evelyn Paulus, is to update the Namibian nation on more results regarding the 2024 National Assembly and presidential elections. This will be the third update on result. It's over to the chairperson.
Good evening, fellow Namibians. The Commission again wishes to provide an update on the progress of results and release additional results for the 2024 Presidential and National Assembly elections, and also express our gratitude to all Namibians for their patience and commitment to maintaining peace during this period. As the Commission releases these results, we wish to extend our appeal to all agents of candidates and political parties to take time to check and compare the results that the Commission is releasing against what their representatives have recorded at the polling stations and collation centers. The Commission has also made available computers at the Central Election Results Center in Windhoek for use by accredited representatives of all the 21 contesting political parties. We urge you to make full use of these facilities. Fellow Namibians, tonight we have results of 10 constituencies in respect of presidential elections and 8 constituencies in respect of the National Assembly elections. When these results are released, they will bring us to a total number of 32 constituencies whose presidential election results have been released, and the total number of 32 constituencies whose National Assembly election results have been released. In accordance with Section 109 and 110 of the Electoral Act No. 5 of 2014, I now announce the following results for the 2024 Presidential and National Assembly elections. Keetmanshoop urban constituency in Karas region, 89 ballot papers have been rejected, 9,195 votes have been counted, and that the votes counted have been recorded for. Ampanda AR 137, Amthenu COD 9, Gaubaib UDF 12, Itula IPC 1,430, Karonda Swanu 12, Kavekotora RDP 13, Kumbwa APP 31, Likua UNP 7, March RP 115, Mukwilongo NEFF 18, Ndaitwa Swapo 3,683, Shumbwa ADM 13, Swartboy LPM 3,333. Thomas BCP 12, Venani PDM 370. Karasberg West constituency in Karas region, 159 ballot papers have been rejected, 7,103 votes have been counted, and that the votes counted have been recorded for. Ampanda AR 53, Amthenu COD 2, Gaubaib UDF 9, Itula IPC 1,769, Karonda Swanu 12, Kavekotora RDP 6, Kumbwa APP 56, Likua UNP 24, March RP 64, Mukwilongo NEFF 42, Swapo, Ndaitwa Swapo 4,371, Shumbwa ADM 11, Swartboy LPM 482, Thomas BCP 10, Venani PDM 192. Taurus constituency in Erongo region, 86 ballot papers have been rejected, 5,702 votes have been counted, and that the votes counted have been recorded for. Ampanda AR 50, Amthenu COD 22, Gaubaib UDF 950, Itula IPC 1,426, Karonda Swanu 162, Kavekotora RDP 41, Kumbwa APP 13, Likua UNP 6, March RP 28, Mkwilongo NEFF 16, Ndaitwa Swapo 1,948, Shumbwa ADM 20, Swartboy LPM 349, Thomas BCP 13, Venani PDM 658. Omuntele constituency in Oshikoto region, 106 ballot papers have been rejected, 8,697 votes have been counted, and that the votes counted have been recorded for. Ampanda AR 86, Amthenu COD 4, Gaubaib UDF 1, Itula IPC 2,265, Karonda Swanu 5, Kavekotora RDP 7, Kumbwa APP 5, Likua UNP 0, March RP 6, Mukwilongo NEFF 19, Ndaitwa Swapo 6,254, Shumbwa ADM 11, Swartboy LPM 8, Thomas BCP 11, Venani PDM 15. Onyanya constituency in Oshikoto region, 124 ballot papers have been rejected, 9,681 votes have been counted, and that the votes counted have been recorded for. Ampanda AR 108, Amuthenu COD 0, Gaubaib UDF 6, Itula IPC 2,468, Karonda Swanu 5, Kavekotora RDP 5, Kumbwa APP 4, Likua UNP 2, March RP 2, Nkwilongo NEFF 35, Ndaitwa Swapo 6,961, Shumbwa ADM 14, Swarpoi LPM 11, Thomas BCP 40, Benani PDM 20. Onaina constituency in Oshikoto region. 96 ballot papers have been rejected, 6,894 votes have been counted, and that the votes counted have been recorded for. Ampanda AR 127, Amuthenu COD 1, Kaubaib UDF 0, Itula IPC 1,867, Karonda Swanu 2, Kavekotora RDP 11, Kumbwa APP 1, Likua UNP 1, March RP 2, Nkwilongo NEFF 10, Ndaitwa Swapo 4,835, Shumbwa ADM 8, Swartboy LPM 9, Thomas BCP 4, Benani PDM 16. Rundu Rural Constituency in Kavango East Region. 107 ballot papers have been rejected. 4,290 votes have been counted, and that the votes counted have been recorded for. Amupanda AR 66, Amuthenu COD 9, Kaubaib UDF 7, Itula IPC 612, Karonda Swanu 14, Kavekotora RDP 10, Kumbwa APP 177, Likua UNP 83, March RP 10, Nkwilongo NEFF 28, Ndaitwa Swapo 2,910, Shumbwa ADM 30, Swartboy LPM 33, Thomas BCP 28, Venani PDM 273. Ndonga Linena constituency in the Kavango East region. 73 ballot papers have been rejected. 4,132 votes have been counted, and that the votes counted have been recorded for. Ampanda AR 23, Amthenu COD 7, Kaubaib UDF 5, Itula IPC 662, Karonda Swanu 7, Kavekotora RDP 8, Kumbwa APP 276, Likua UNP 21, March RP 10, Nkwilongo NEFF 17, Ndaitwa Swapo 2,695, Shumbwa ADM 11, Swartboy LPM 30, Thomas BCP 10, Benani PDM 350. Otavi constituency in the Ochodonjupa region, 172 ballot papers have been rejected. 7,513 votes have been counted, and that the votes counted have been recorded for. Ampanda AR 150, Amuthenu COD 26, Kaubaib UDF 127, Itula IPC 1,875, Karonda Swanu 24, Kavekotora RDP 46, Kumbwa APP 66, Likua UNP 35, March RP 119, Kwilongo NEFF 32, Ndaitwa Swapo 4,040, Shumbwa ADM 28, Swartboy LPM 598, Thomas BCP 27, Benani PDM 320. And the last presidential results for this evening, Katima Mulilo Urban Constituency in Ozambezi region. 112 ballot papers have been rejected. 12,242 votes have been counted, and that the votes counted have been recorded for. Ampanda AR 300, Amthenu COD 12, Kaubaib UDF 6, Itula IPC 3,155, Karonda Swanu 18, Kavekotora RDP 30, Kumbwa APP 39, Likua UNP 16, March RP 23, Quilongo NEFF 26, Ndaitwa Swapo 7,883, Shumbwa ADM 13, Swartboy LPM 74, Thomas BCP 9, Venani PDM 638. We now move on to the National Assembly, starting with Keetmanshoop Rural in the Karas region. 77 ballot papers have been rejected. 5,394 votes have been counted, and that the votes counted have been recorded for. ADM 11, AR 189, APP 22, BCP 6, CDV 0, COD 1, IPC 482, LPM 2101, NEFF 23, NDP 21, NEFC 3, NPF 6, NUDO 13, PDM 429, RDP 8, RP 103, SWANU 13, SWAPO 1936, UDF 6, UNP 5, UPM 16. Ndonga Linena Constituency, Kavango East Region. 82 ballot papers have been rejected. 4,123 votes have been counted, and that the votes counted have been recorded for. ADM 15, AR 61, APP 336, BCP 8, CDV 3, COD 11, IPC 594, LPM 22, NEFF 20, NDP 7, NEFC 3, NPF 6, NUDO 4, PDM 360, RDP 8, RP 11, SWANU 11, SWAPO 2,586, UDF 13, UNP 35, UPM 9. Oshikango Constituency, Ohangwena Region. 224 ballot papers have been rejected. 13,082 votes have been counted, and that the votes counted have been recorded for. ADM 14, AR 490, APP 5, BCP 193, CDV 65, COD 18, IPC 2,252, LPM 27, NEFF 77, NDP 8, NEFC 49, NPF 5, NUDO 14, PDM 206, RDP 33, RP 7, SWANU 32, SWAPO 9,553, UDF 20, UNP 8, UPM 6. Onyanya constituency, Oshikoto region. 148 ballot papers have been rejected. 9,657 votes have been counted, and that the votes counted have been recorded for ADM 12, AR 424, APP 4, BCP 78, CDV 7, COD 14, IPC 2,178, LPM 17, NEFF 79, NDP 6, NEFC 41, NPF 5, NUDO 7, PDM 41, RDP 8, RP 1, SWANU 21, SWAPO 6,689, UDF 19, UNP 5, UPM 1. Otamanzi constituency, Omusati region. 98 ballot papers have been rejected. 6,553 votes have been counted, and that the votes counted have been recorded for ADM 1, AR 177, APP 4, BCP 14, CDV 0, COD 3, IPC 641, LPM 6, NEFF 36, NDP 3, NEFC 11, NPF 2, NUDO 3, PDM 30, RDP 3, RP 3, SWANU 12, SWAPO 5,586, UDF 17, UNP 1, UPM 0. Katima Mulilo Urban Constituency, Zambezi region. 118 ballot papers have been rejected. 11,971 votes have been counted, and that the votes counted have been recorded for ADM 15, AR 653, APP 86, BCP 20, CDV 12, COD 24, IPC 2,157, LPM 96, NEFF 61, NDP 1,371, NEFC 7, NPF 71, NUDO 18, PDM 638, RDP 40, RP 17, SWANU 24, SWAPO 6,593, UDF 24, UNP 18, UPM 26. Judea, Jamboloma, Zambezi region, 43 ballot papers have been rejected. 2,526 votes have been counted, and that the votes counted have been recorded for ADM 2, AR 119, APP 2, BCP 3, CDV 3, COD 1, IPC 497, LPM 27, NEFF 3, NDP 159, NEFC 1, NPF 13, NUDO 2, PDM 132, RDP 7, RP 24, SWANU 5, SWAPO 1,495, UDF 23, UNP 4, UPM 4. And the last results for the National Assembly this evening is Kabwe North, Zambezi region. 51 ballot papers have been rejected. 3,161 votes have been counted, and that the votes counted have been recorded for ADM 2, AR 81, APP 10, BCP 9, CDV 2, COD 4, IPC 603, LPM 25, NEFF 8, NDP 147, NEFC 5, NPF 12, NUDO 14, PDM 163, RDP 19, RP 3, SWANU 4, SWAPO 2021, UDF 5, UNP 1, UPM 23. That was the last result for the evening. Are there any questions? Yes, please.
Can I go? Oh. Good evening. Just a few questions. John.
No, please. She was first.
Okay, sorry.
Yes.
Hi, sorry. Irene, representing the Republican newspaper. There were a number of opposition parties who today announced that they would be taking these elections to court. Given that the ECN has already used millions in funds to run an election and then needed more funds to extend the election, how does the ECN foresee that it could afford rerunning the election should it come to that?
Hi, John Collin here from the Namibian and Desert Radio. Just a few questions. The first, how did the ECN interpret the law to extend the elections to November 29th and November 30th? The second is, how did the ECN interpret the law?
No, you need to slow down, hey? We're
right.
noting down your questions. Repeat the first question.
I'll repeat it again. How did the ECN interpret the law to extend the elections to November 29th and November 30th?
Go on.
How did the ECN interpret the law that brought about the directive by Mr. Sharma to keep the polling stations open on November 27th? Can I go on?
I'll tell you when to go on.
The third one, does the ECN have an idea on when you will complete the counting of results? I'm asking that question on the assumption that you've studied the time periods as to how results flow in.
Okay.
And then the fourth one, how are you keeping up with energy levels? I've seen myself and my colleagues dozing off from time to time. Advice would be great. Thanks.
Okay. You want me to take two more? Okay. Yes. Her hand was up first, ne? Gentlemen, always ladies first.
Thank you very much. Today I'm more energetic, Miss Elsie. Yes. My name is Justisha. I'm from Eagle FM. And I just wanted to find out whether the ECN will be able to confirm the number of unused ballot papers throughout these elections. And throughout the results, you have been mentioning a number of rejected ballots. Is there any reasoning to these ballots? What were some of the reasons to why they were rejected? Can you just provide those reasons to us, if possible?
Okay, then you may take the floor.
Yeah, good evening, Doctor. Good evening, panel. I just wanted to ask, I've been scrolling through the website as well, and with the results, at what point will we get a demographic of the voters, as well as if the website has provision for that as well? Because I've been scrolling through the website and I don't see a provision for that. Maybe you can direct me to that. And I realize I didn't introduce myself. My name is Donald Karisev from NBC Radio.
Donald, are you asking demographic in terms of gender?
Gender, youth, and any type
gender,
of...
youth, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Right, let us start with the first question. You're asking about the possible costs of rerunning the elections. We are not announcing the results with a plan of rerunning the elections. And therefore, our minds are not at all calculating any costs. The two questions that relate to the proclamation, I will hand over to Commissioner Ikwambi, but I'll answer some of the questions. When the counting of the results will be done, I really just want to explain that this is a very tedious process. The issue is not how fast you can release the results. What is important is that you must make sure that you do it properly. You must be accurate. A 1 must be a 1 because it is a vote that was cast. We're making good progress, and we're really hoping that very soon we'll be able to announce the final results. I see everybody nodding. How soon is soon? Soon is when we are done. Keeping the energy levels. We have to keep going. Sometimes you leave here at 5 a.m., you must be back at work 8 o'clock. You cannot be sleeping when the nation is waiting. Well, there are energy drinks, coffee, taking a walk, coming back. That is what we're doing. But it's not easy. It's really not easy. There's only so much that the mind can take. But we have to keep going. To confirm the unused ballot papers, it's a bit too soon, in the sense that when we are done, completely done with the election, we then reconcile all the materials, and we're really far from that. So I do not have the answer to that question now. It will come at a later stage. In terms of demographics, yes, the system has that capability, but it will only be done after we have all the results and we have finalized. Then we can process the data and disaggregate it in terms of gender, youth, and other demographics. But that information will be available when we are done. I want to, oh yes, you were asking the number of rejected ballots. No, your question was, what leads to that? I want to give that question over to Commissioner Ikwambi. He's going to deal with how we interpreted the extension of the voting period, and also the directive to keep the polling stations open. Maybe I can deal with that. Our directive was to say everybody who is in the queue by 2100 hours must be given the opportunity to vote, right? And therefore, we were saying to our polling officials, with the difficulties that we've experienced, you might have 4,000, 5,000 people still in the queue. Hypothetically, you need to attend to them. You cannot close the polling station. This question was asked before. And I think the confusion that people are bringing in is to say, did you allow people into the polling stations after the cutoff period? No, that was not the directive. The directive was to say everybody who is in the queue by 2100 hours must be afforded the opportunity to vote. Commissioner Ikwambi.
Thank you, Chair. Just to amplify on what the chairperson is saying, the directive by the CEO was issued in accordance with Section 93, Sub 3 of the Electoral Act. So any interpretation, in other words, the interpretation of that directive must be made in terms of that section. So it was a reminder to our presiding officers. It was not a deviation from what the law prescribes. And I think we have said that on a number of occasions. So it is a reminder, and it is a directive which must be interpreted in accordance with Section 93, sub 3. It cannot be a directive that must be interpreted in a manner that seems to obviously disregard what the law provides. In terms of our interpretation in respect of the extension to the polls, our position is that the extension is permissible, and that remains the Commission's position. It is permissible within the Namibian legislative framework, be it the electoral law, the Constitution, and all other legal instruments applicable, considered together. So that remains the Commission's position until declared otherwise. In respect of the rejected ballots, the reasons. So the law requires, obviously, that as a voter, when you are casting your vote, you make a mark. Yeah? So the polling official must be able to ascertain your intention from that mark that you have made, be it a tick, a cross, or whatever mark. But in the event that what is presented on the ballot paper is not susceptible to being interpreted by the polling official, it therefore then follows with a consequence that that ballot paper must be rejected on that ground.
Thank you, Commissioner Ikwambi. Further questions? Yes, please.
Just a follow-up, if I can. I'll try to be slow this time. Commissioner Ikwambi, you gave an explanation on the directive, and you took us to Section 93, subsection 3. Can you perhaps do the same with the extension of the voting to the 29th and the 30th, just in terms of where exactly you went into the law, whether it was a constitution, the Electoral Act, just so that we can understand, because I personally am not a legal mind. I've tried to interpret it the way that I can, but obviously I'm failing, so I'd appreciate if you could assist us in that regard. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. So if you go to the Gazette on the extension, it makes reference to a law in terms of which that proclamation was made. But obviously, the publication of the Gazette is in terms of a specific law, but the interpretation of the Gazette can be relied to more than one source of law, even if it's not specifically mentioned on that Gazette. So obviously, you can take the Constitution if you like, you can take the interpretation of law's proclamation if you like, to interpret or to give full effect to what the intention of that proclamation is.
On which part did the ECN rely on to make that decision?
So maybe let me just explain it this way. The ECN does not issue the proclamation, yeah? So it is the president that issues the proclamation. All that the ECN does or did was to recommend to the president to exercise powers that he has in terms of whatever legal instrument of the Republic that exists. So for the ECN, we have obviously considered the legislative framework and deemed it fit to recommend to the president to consider the exercise of his powers as they are vested into him in respect of all the laws of the Republic.
I don't think we're understanding each other yet.
I wouldn't encourage a dialogue, right? Have you seen what was gazetted?
Yes, and I'm just trying to understand on what inspired, or what did the ECN rely on to even give that recommendation to the president? On which law did you go to? Which part of the law did you go to give that recommendation to the president? That's all I'm trying to understand.
Okay. So the ECN administers the Electoral Act. Yeah? But the Act doesn't exist in a vacuum. The Act exists within a legal framework of all other laws. So when you read a law, you don't just read that specific section. You might read a specific section and there's a gap. Yeah? And in law, we have canons of interpretation. If there's a gap, you then have other instruments that you need to consider to fill that gap. So the primary consideration for the ECN is the Electoral Act, which it is responsible for administering. Yeah? Are we clear? The ECN cannot consider any other thing other than the Electoral Act, because that is what we are.
Where then in the Electoral Act did you go to make this recommendation?
Did you see the Gazette, sir?
Where in the Electoral Act?
No. Answer the question.
Where in the Electoral Act did you go to?
Answer the question, sir. Then I'll follow up. Did you see the Gazette?
I haven't read the Gazette.
You haven't read it?
Yes.
Okay.
So that's what I'm asking. Where in the Electoral Act did you go to?
So when the proclamation was made, it makes reference to the Electoral Act as well. Yeah? So that reference of the Electoral Act, and it's section 64, it's on the Gazette. What I'm therefore then saying, if there is any ambiguity in then reading the proclamation and the Electoral Act, you must then have regard to other sources of interpreting laws, not limited to just the Electoral Act. But in terms of the proclamation, you will see that there's a reference to the Electoral Act, section 64.
One more question, if I may. And maybe this is where you can assist the nation in understanding. Because when we reached out to certain legal minds and asked for interpretation as well, section 64 says that there must be 15 days, or once a Gazette is published, it must be 15 days before the actual polling day. The other interpretation was that the ECN relied on that particular Gazette being amended 15 days already before November 27th. So I just want to understand where you leaned on to.
Just give me a second so I can give you the answer. So, again, I say, the 15 days that you refer to were in terms of the initial proclamation. Yeah? That proclamation was made by the president. Yeah? Now, if you go to the interpretation of laws proclamation 37 of 1920, section 9, sub 3, it states the following. Where a law confers a power to make rules, regulations, or bylaws, the power shall, unless the contrary intention appears, be construed as including a power exercisable in like manner and subject to the consent and conditions, if any, to rescind, amend, or vary the rules, regulations, or bylaws. So the president exercised his powers in terms of that section to amend an earlier proclamation that he had made. And that is why I said the proclamation, the initial proclamation, was made in terms of section 64. Yeah? This same proclamation to extend the poll was made in terms of the same section, 64. But now this time read together with the proclamation which empowers that same person to amend. Is it clear now, sir?
Now it's clear. Just to get it right, so the original proclamation was just amended, essentially.
That's correct.
There we go. Thank you.
We got that sorted. Any other questions? Yes, please.
Yes, good evening, and Valde from One Africa. Maybe just a little bit of clarification. First, when we were talking about the extension, we said it's a continuation, but now I'm hearing the commissioner is saying extended. Maybe just to give us a bit of clarity there.
Just repeat that, please.
When we first said, or when we continued with the voting, we said it's a continuation, but now I'm hearing extension. Just to get a bit of clarity there, because they were saying it's two different things. Is it still the Commission's stance?
Okay, and Valde, if you extend, take a process. If you extend a process, what is the consequence of that extension? No, let's engage. Take a process, and you extend it. What is the effect of the extension? It's a continuation, isn't it?
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, the sessions are meant to announce the results, right? But we are extending them now, digging into technical issues. I'm not too sure that that is the way that we should do things. Let us focus on the results, we get them out of the way, and then we can engage. It's just an appeal. It's just an appeal, because now it's like a session where you are, I don't know, we come to announce the results, but then we are extending it with all kinds of issues. Not too sure that is the right way to go about it. If we can just focus on the results, that will be good. Okay, so that is what we had for you this evening. Tomorrow morning, we will continue and see how many more constituencies we can announce. Thank you and have a blessed evening.
That was the chairperson of the Electoral Commission of Namibia, Dr. Elsie Nikembwa, announcing 10 more constituencies for the presidential race and 8 more for National Assembly, which now brings the number of constituencies for the presidential race to 32. The same number goes for National Assembly out of 121 in total. From us here at the Electoral Commission of Namibia's head office, specifically the Central Election Results Center, it's good night and over to Studio 2 at the NBC headquarters. Good night.
Thank you so much, Denver, and also the entire team for bringing us that latest update from the ECN. With that said, from ourselves also here at NBC headquarters and the entire team, it's cheers for now.